Here's something interesting about the subconscious mind most people don't know, that it can't tell the difference between what is real and what is imagined. So that means that whatever we're experiencing and the way that we internalize that experience, whether it's real or just imagined, the subconscious mind accepts it however we internalize it. It never really accepts something outside of ourselves, an experience, as the experience is. It accepts it and internalizes it as we give meaning to it, as we perceive it, as we write a story about it in our mind, and it begins to go in, and at a young age, it begins to form the foundation of who we are. Now, when you come to a fundamental difference between people that win and people that lose, or even people that win, so losing's all the way on the other end of the spectrum. Even if you just say people that are mediocre, like what is the difference? The old saying, the cliche is that winners are willing to do what losers are not willing to do. And it's true. It's 100% true. But how did they get there? How did they actually get to the place where not only are they willing to do it, but it's almost like they have to do very specific things in order to create the life they want, the business they want, the athlete they want, whatever. If we go way back when we're kids, there's a process that's happening that I find very fascinating. It is the recording of wins and losses in our life. So a fascinating piece about this is that if you have a win as a child, like maybe you're in sports, maybe you're playing music, maybe it's with your grades, maybe it's playing games with your family in your house, there's a series of wins and losses that begins to take place. Now, the mind really does not conceive of or record or know the difference between how big or small a win or loss is. It just records a win or a loss. So if we are literally experiencing mistakes over and over again, losing over and over again, we're stacking those in our subconscious mind. I'll just give you a story from my childhood, because when I first started to change, one of the things that I recognized that was a huge issue was that I couldn't get myself to do the things that were necessary in order to get better results. I was constantly getting results that I didn't want. And this was nothing new in my life. It went all the way back to when I was a kid. I did not like school. There were only one or two subjects on occasion that I liked, but for the most part, I could not stand school. It was like pulling teeth, like to sit in those classes all day long and to hear about things that for whatever reason I had absolutely no interest in was horrifying to me. Like the days just dragged on forever. And of course, I would not get good grades. I would get behind. Very rarely did I actually get caught up. How I ended up passing any year is actually beyond me. But I did. I mean, I got through it in some way, at least up until 17 when I quit and walked away. But there was this interesting thing that I was doing that I didn't know that I was doing at the time. I mean, I was just a kid, and I don't think anybody else really knew either. Was all of these events in my childhood were stacking up losses, and I was not stacking up very many wins at all. Now, here's something else. It wasn't that I wasn't competitive. I was actually highly competitive. I was fiercely competitive as a child. If you were playing a board game, I had this unique ability to lock in and focus on a game to the detriment of everybody that would be playing with me, because I would figure out a way to win. And it was almost with everything that was like that. I was not that great at sports, but I was good enough to be able to play on teams. But I was just I guess I was just an average athletic kid. Nothing nothing special going on there. So the wins really didn't chalk up. I didn't even feel like I could compete. Let's put it that way. Like if I was playing one-on-one basketball with somebody, I didn't even feel like I could compete. It wasn't even a contest. I mean, that was not my thing. But there were other things that I would do in my life where I had this incredible focus, just absolutely laser-like concentration with certain things. And I would excel at those things, but nobody was ever pointing those things out to me, so I never logged those as wins in my mind. A matter of fact, I remember I went to a seminar probably in the early 90s, and it was a Tony Robbins seminar, and he was talking about how we all had things that we won at, where there was a process that we all went through at some point in our life where we used success tools and we actually succeeded. And we could leverage those by remembering them and really understanding that we did win at one time. And I was thinking to myself, I don't remember winning at anything. And I had to really, really think back to different things that I actually did win. And then it was fascinating because when I remembered the things that I won, I kind of wanted to play them down. Like, yeah, but it was freaking Monopoly, like who gives a shit? It was checkers. Like, I mean, who cares, right? So what was important was the fact that it was a win. It didn't matter what it was, and it didn't matter how big it was. It mattered that there was a win. So here I am, an adult. I am really struggling to try to change things. And I did not understand that underneath the foundation of who I was being as a person was a whole stack of losses in my life that was really controlling my self-image. It was controlling how I actually saw myself. Now, if you'd have said to me, like if you'd have been face to face with me and you said, David, do you think you're a winner or a loser? I definitely would not have said, I think I'm a loser. I did not see myself in that category. But quietly, secretly, in my heart, I knew that I was not winning. I knew that many areas of my life were just pretty much a wreck. But I still wouldn't have said that I was a loser. But these areas of my life were resembling, say, the school years of my childhood, where no progress was being made. The work, the attitude were not on par. I had really no interest. So with this idea that I don't have these wins going on, the reference point from which I'm trying to pull from to make some progress forward is not there. There's nothing there. The only thing that's there are the rationalizations that I heard throughout my lifetime about why I couldn't win, why people couldn't win. I heard a lot about that, by the way, that we were different. And that if you really wanted to be successful, that those people that were really successful were really different in some way. There was a lot of talk like that. I think my saving grace was that my father did have some positivity when it came to working hard and some success. And some of that did get into my mind. However, I didn't have anything to really pull from here. So it's causing me to struggle. That's what it's doing. It's really causing me to struggle. I'm not realizing that I'm struggling because I don't have the right programming in my mind to support where it is that I want to go. Now, even when I first made a change, I did not realize I didn't have this. So, when I made a real leap in my first real accomplishment, when I raised my income from $20,000 a year to $62,000, I still did not realize that part of the problem was that I didn't have any reference point to be able to do this from. So, years later, I'm studying and I'm really kind of understanding how the subconscious mind works. Great book about the subconscious mind, Dr. Joseph Murphy, The Power of Your Unconscious Mind or Subconscious Mind, something like that. Great book. If you have never read it, get it. One of the best books on the subconscious mind that's ever been written. In a way that people can understand it anyway. So back to the idea here. I'm learning how the subconscious mind is programmed. And I'm finding it fascinating that it without the conscious component, without the rationalization or the reasoning component, the ability to really think, that our unconscious mind works very much like a tape loop or a hard drive of a computer. It's just information in, information out. That's all that it is. So it goes without saying that the more information that you put in on the same subject, the more it's going to have to give back on the same subject. And when the information going in on the same subject also has an emotional quality to it, either good or bad, it's almost like it doubles down on the recording of it, like that it becomes more solid, more fixed in habitual thinking. So when a person wants to change their behavior, if they don't change their self-image at the same time, what they're really doing is they're trying to operate from a consciousness of what they want. They're setting a goal for themselves. They realize that they have an issue. They want to change something. They may have a desire. They want something to be different in their life. But the recording map for how they go about doing that is the antithesis of what they want. It is solid in the idea that they're not a winner. So what it wants to do is it literally wants to keep dragging a person back to the place that verifies that they're not a winner. Now, when that happens, we call that basically self-sabotage. When a person is setting a goal, they're trying to achieve the goal, and they do something that sets them back. And then they make some progress and do something that sets them back. And they make some progress and do something that sets them back. They're self-sabotaging. Why are they self-sabotaging? Because there's an anchor point in their subconscious mind that keeps bringing them back to the place of maximum comfort, where they see themselves, who they actually see themselves as. The further we move away from it, the more uncomfortable it becomes, and the person snaps back kind of like a rubber band. So if we know this, we can change it along the way, along the process of what it is that we want to achieve, so that we can actually make the process easier. Because if we don't do that, our chances of breaking through are small, and even with the breaking through of what it is that we want to do, we have the issue of we're not changing that self-image piece, which leaves us very open to temptation in our life. Because anything that comes along that's going to resonate with the old self-image is going to be very attractive to us in some way. So there's always going to be that temptation to be pulled backwards. So here is the foundation of changing this. So that you really can begin to rebuild the foundation of how you see yourself, winner or loser. Okay, so the idea is this. If we have stacked up and really remembered, right? Now, so this may not be conscious memory, because you might say to yourself, well, I don't really remember this. But it's unconscious memory. In other words, it's just stacked up events in your mind marked as win or loss. That's it. If you have more stacked up as loss than you do win, you're going to gravitate toward mediocrity or less in your life, depending on how big the stack is and how strong that stack is. If we want to change it to winner, if we want the foundation of a winner's image in our mind, a winner's self-image, we have to start acknowledging all of our wins. And when I mean all of our wins, I mean all of our wins. Now remember this, because one of the most important pieces of this, and of course the person that has a lot of negativity or losses in their life, you're going to want to discount what I'm saying, because it's the opposite of losing. Every win is a win. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference. Like if you go to the refrigerator and you get a glass of water, or you make a sandwich, or you put a dish away, and you do that successfully, that's a win. Everything that you do that is a success is a win. From the smallest, most minute things. If you pick up the salt on the kitchen table and you sprinkle some salt on your eggs and you put the salt shaker back down, that's a win. But if we don't acknowledge it, the mind doesn't really see it as anything. Okay? What's the difference there? Well, the difference is that generally when we're children, there's something very interesting that's happening that it really does not happen for most people with the same intensity as it does when they're grown. Our wins and losses are being kept track of all the time, primarily through school. Now, it's also if you're in sports, if you're in music, if you're in any kind of competitive environment, it could be with siblings, it could be with kids on the street. There's always this competition that's going on. And then when we become adults, that competition lessens to a great degree. And unless you're in a job or an environment that's extremely competitive by nature, and we know that those are the ground rules going in, we don't really see it as a competition anymore. So we're not marking wins and losses. So if we didn't have a ton of wins as a kid, generally we've had a ton of losses, as a child. So let me throw in the wrench here for devil's advocate. What about you say you've got a kid, let's say you've got the star quarterback in high school. This kid rocked it. He's the star. And he turns out to be an alcoholic bum as an adult. What's the argument for that? So here's the deal. If there's something stronger that is hitting somebody in the face as a loser in a person's life, regardless of public wins, so to speak. So if you've got the star athlete in school, right, or if you got the star academic in school, you may have very public wins. But if there's a major issue at home that is causing 10 times more pain than the win is actually providing for that person, you end up in a battle of which one is solidifying that person's self-image the most. And it could fall anywhere on the spectrum from massive win to massive loss to anything in between, or a very confused individual. So when you listen to this and you really start thinking about your own life, try not to compare your life to anybody else's or what you think a person's life is. One of the biggest mistakes that we make is we look at an external individual, how they're living or how we knew them to be, and we assume their life is one way. When in fact, if we actually knew the truth about them, we would find out their life is very different. You could see this like people that seem very happy, and you find out really they're actually very sad and they have a terrible home life or something is going on like that, or they're dealing with something. There's been many people that throughout history where we've thought, oh, this person has everything, they seem very happy, and then we find out they're depressed and they commit suicide. I mean, look at Robin Williams, look at Anthony Bourdain, look at Kate Spade, like people that we've seen in recent history who we thought basically had everything. And we find out that there was a lot of darkness going on in their lives behind the scenes, and you wouldn't think so, So, and they have massive success, right? They were loved. They were so loved, those three individuals. People have a tendency of thinking, well, wow, with all that, people cherishing them and loving them and the accolades and the adoration that they're getting, you would think that they would actually be feeling better. But this is the point that I'm trying to make. We really don't understand the amount of destruction that's done by the recording of the losses, right? And it's not just losses. So we can get into this. We could go really deep here. It could be losses. It could be pains. It could be hurts. It could be abuses. It could be violations. It can be a lot of different things. But basically it's this. It's wins or losses. So the idea is we want to create a winner's image. We have to override the losses in a person's mind. And another thing that I want you to remember is don't think, well, this is overly simplistic. It really is not. The subconscious mind is really not complicated. The conscious mind's complicated. Like, we can complicate the shit out of anything with the conscious mind because we can rationalize anything in this world. But the unconscious mind is not. We know how it works very, very well, and we also know how to change it. So the idea here is this, and I would start with, say, the next 90 days. What you're going to do is you're going to consciously keep track of your wins every day, right? So now there's a little setup that has to happen if you're going to do this accurately, because it calls for not just the keeping track of it, but the actual celebration. Really get into the emotion. The more emotion you can attach to the win, the better it is. And it's also important, like, if you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm not going to celebrate boiling a fucking egg, right? I got the perfect hard-boiled egg. You want me to celebrate that, David? Yeah, I do. I really do. Because you need to acknowledge to yourself that you're doing things correctly. Why? It builds confidence. It changes your self-esteem. It increases your faith. It increases your belief. Believe it or not, it increases your vision. People are constantly asking me, I have no vision. I don't know what I want. Well, it's because your self-esteem is so low, you don't think you can do anything, so you don't see anything, right? You have to work yourself up to the place where you can expand your vision in life. So really paying attention to everything that you're doing, you stack up these wins. Now, so here's the way that we set this up. This is very important. It's not difficult. It's not complicated. Anybody can do this, but it's important. So the first thing is that you're going to decide to do it. And here's the ground rules. You're going to celebrate the wins. You're going to forgive the losses. What does forgive the losses mean? Forgive the losses means you're not going to ruminate about losses. You're not going to tell a story. You're not going to rationalize. You're not going to get emotional about it. It's just going to be a result. Any loss, any failure is just going to be a result that you let go. So forgiveness means to let go of completely. You see, when you have too many losses in your life, the result of your self-esteem is that you don't like yourself, right? And are you really think you're going to do something great with your life or make it in a great way if you don't actually like yourself? The idea really should be that we should love ourselves. I mean, we should get up and be able to look in the mirror and go, and in a non-arrogant, egotistical way, I really love myself. Like, I'm an amazing person, and I'm becoming more amazing every day. And in that amazingness is also the compassion and the empathy for all human beings, all living things. It encompasses everything. It's not just a self-centered idea, but it's very self-introspective is how you're going to choose to look at yourself. So you're going to keep track of your wins. You're going to forgive your losses. You're going to let them go. Now, this is a practice. The idea is that if I lose, right, I picked up a glass to get a drink of water. It slipped out of my hand and it shattered on the floor. That's a loss. Let it go. Laugh at it. Forgive it. Let it go. Don't beat yourself like, I always do that. I can't believe I'm such a klutz. When we do those things, we're solidifying in our mind what we don't want to be with emotion, and it takes root. So the idea is that we change it over time. Forgive the losses, let it go, and really start keeping track of your wins. And I mean keeping track of them on some kind of a spreadsheet or a pad of paper, like write them down every day. You could look at your calendar for the day. You could mark down all the things that you have to do on the calendar, and then you do them. And at the end of the day, ask yourself, did I win at that? If you won, mark it down as a yes. So you're building over time in your mind, and get excited for yourself, because what you're really doing is you're changing this foundation in which is going to allow you to rocket ship to do anything that you want. Have you ever noticed that really successful people are usually supremely confident? Why are they so confident? Because they've mastered so many things in their life. Doesn't mean they're perfect. It means they've mastered things in their life. So they have a lot of confidence around the things that they've actually mastered in their life. It gives them overall self-image confidence, internal confidence on who they are, what they want, where they're going. They know that they can accomplish things, and they've gained a lot of confidence in the basics of life itself. One of them being that if I say I'm going to do something, I know that I'm going to do it. They've got confidence in their commitment if they're going to commit to something. If they have confidence in the ability of saying, I know that I can get something done, right? So if they have a task, if they have deadlines or whatever, they're relatively confident that they're going to get those things done in a reasonable amount of time. These are not individuals that struggle to get off the couch every day and go to work or do the things that they say that they're going to do. Why? Because they have stacks and stacks and stacks in their life of doing these things over and over again. So the only difference we have here is that people that have a ton of reference of why they can't versus people that have a ton of reference of why they can. And what we want to do is we want to change the balance. We want to change the dynamic. We want to get rid of all the why I can'ts. We want to get rid of all the losses, and we want to start stacking those wins up so that we rebuild our self-esteem to a winner's self-esteem, a winner's image of themselves. What does that actually look like? And really develop it for yourself. I mean, you can go as far as to sit down and map out exactly what you want your image, your internal image of yourself to look like from a winning standpoint. And you could use whatever word you want that works for you. You could use greatness, whatever you want, whatever seems to work for you if for some reason you have an issue with the word winner. But winner is really good because very much of our early life was programmed with that language. We heard that language. We hear that language all the time. We hear it on sports teams. We hear it in the stock market. When we hear it when it comes to money. It's a very common word that is used more frequently than we think, and we associate it to whether we actually completed something the way that we want or we got the result we were looking for versus that we didn't. So again, it's not complicated. It's actually very simple. And you could do this over a period of time, right? This is a place where people can actually start to change their results without having to do something massive, right? So without investing a lot of money, without reading a ton of books, without hiring a coach. It's something that you can begin to do right where you are over a period of time, and you will watch your life transform as long as you keep putting more balls in the winning bucket than you do in the losing bucket. And whatever mistakes you make, you forgive them and let them go, and really start to learn to say you love yourself, right? Until you can say it with real confidence and certainty, and you don't feel awkward or ashamed when you're doing it. And you too will have an amazing winner's image. I want to talk a little bit about the idea of how we're programmed subconsciously that kind of leads us through our life in a way where we're consistently picking up information from our outside world. It's triggering the knowledge that we're carrying around within us in from our subconscious mind, and it causes us to view the world the way that we actually view it. And here's the reason why. The idea is this: we will go through an entire lifetime, and if nobody ever suggests to us that what it is that we're seeing, what it is that we're experiencing may have another side to it, it may not dawn on us that that's actually true. And here's the reason for this. Every single subconscious mind is fixed with thoughts, images, ideas, habits, belief systems that is constantly telling our conscious mind how to think. So let's take a look at how this actually works. Here we have an image of the stick person that was created in 1934 by Dr. Thurman Fleet. Is basically a teaching tool for his students so that they could get the conceptual image in their mind of how the human mind, not the brain, but the mind actually worked with and through the physical body. We have senses. We see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. All outside information is coming to us through those senses. And here's what's important to understand about the senses. And I don't want to get too deep into this because it really would be for another podcast. The senses have limits. Like, we can only hear within a certain range, but there are sounds that are lower we can't hear. There are sounds that are higher. You can only feel within a certain range. If it's too hot, it burns the nerve endings off your hand. You can't feel anything. If it's too cold, it numbs it. Our eyesight's the same way. Our hearing is the same way. which means that there's information beyond what we can pull in through our senses. Our conscious mind has the ability to think, it has the ability to reason, and it has probably the most amazing ability, which is the ability to choose based on how we think, because that determines the quality of life that we actually create for ourselves. Every single thing in our life that we're creating by some kind of a choice, whether it's conscious or unconscious. The subconscious mind, however, does not have that faculty. It doesn't have the ability to choose. It doesn't have the ability to think. It must accept whatever is turned over to it and immediately begin to express it with and through the physical body. So it's a very interesting set of systems that we have working here that really kind of cause the way we have an experience in the world to show up in our mind and in our physical presence. As we go through our childhood, we don't have a conscious mind developed. About prior to the age of 7. It takes quite a while for this to begin to develop, and then it continues to develop right up into our early 20s. But without a conscious mind developed prior to age of 7, everything that's going on and around us is actually going right in. So it kind of looks like this. It kind of looks like a fishbowl. So the thoughts, the images, the ideas that are around us are going right in, and they become fixed in our mind. As these become fixed subconsciously, remember now, because we don't have the ability to reject them, it creates how we think. It creates how we think. Why? Well, this is a tremendous amount of information, including the experiences that we're having with this information. And it's creating this idea of how we think. We have information that is then kind of uploaded like a computer into our conscious mind whenever we experience something external of ourselves. We have our results, we have circumstances, we have our environment. Our environment is made up of people, places, and things. And we observe this. And as we observe it, that information is coming back through our senses into our conscious mind, and it forms an image. We actually think in pictures. So when we have this image in our mind, the image is just an image. What is it that tells us how to perceive this image, how to think about this image, what to do with this image? It's the information that's stored in the subconscious mind that tells the conscious mind how to think about the image that we're actually experiencing. So if we're not taking information from an outside source, we're kind of put into a straitjacket as far as how we think about something, because this is the only information that we have to pull from. Now, the idea is this: how are we experiencing our life? As we go through our life every single day, we have all kinds of experiences. You have your own personal experiences, you have your family, you have the work that you do, maybe the business that you own, how you interact socially. We have the tremendous amount of information that comes from all the different sources of media, and that information is being filtered into our consciousness. Now, we have something else that's important. We have the results that we're actually getting in our life. And as we experience the results that we're getting, you could take this as far back as when you were a child, actually. As we're experiencing those results, we really need to think to ourselves, is this something that I like or that I don't like? Is this how I want to live my life? Is this what I want to experience? Is the quality of what I'm experiencing really what I desire in my life or not? And when we do that, we're going to have information from our subconscious mind basically tell us a story about what we're experiencing. And it may be a story like, yeah, but there's nothing else that you can do about it. That's just the way that it is. You'd have to be somebody different to actually get a different result in your life. When we have that kind of an experience, if we listen to the story or the how that is coming from our subconscious mind to our conscious mind, we're really kind of locked into the ability of making a choice only with this information. And that's not actually a good thing. But as we become aware that information is coming from all the people that we were raised around for a long period of time. And it's not just them, but generations of people, because this information is passed down from one generation to the next until it gets to the generation that's your parents. And then your parents pass down what they know into your subconscious mind. So the experience that you're having is basically based on the experience your parents were having in their lifetime. And they told you how to have this experience. If we have the ability to choose, I think the question really kind of comes to us as, can I change this? Can I actually make a change? Can I do something different with my life and the way that I'm experiencing it? Or am I only locked into the information that I have? If you do something like really spend some time observing other people. Now, when I say observing, you have to do something that's very critical when you do this. You have to move out of judgment. So if you just start to observe, and what's really great is that today we have the ability to do this on the internet because we can really observe people all over the world. When I was a child, it wasn't as much. Like it was through books, maybe a little bit of television, maybe through movies. But the idea is that we can observe the way other people live. And as we observe the way that they live, we can ask questions like, why do they think what they think? What's really going on in their mind? Where did their belief system come from? Where do their thoughts come from? Why are they thinking what they're thinking? If we stay out of judgment, which will generally just say, well, this person's right or this person's wrong, and then we'll go into our own pre-programmed story about why that is, all that allows us to do is to stay right in the moment. But the idea of what we really want is to really ask ourselves, is there other information? Are there other ideas? Are there other ways of doing things that might allow us to change the quality of our life? Now, I'm going to flip over, draw one more of these for you, and give you an idea about this amazing power that we actually have that's locked up within us. To my knowledge, to the knowledge of science and religion, I suppose, because those are the two places of authority that anyone goes to determine really where anything comes from. I mean, if you think about it, science, we have science on one hand, we have the various different religions in the world on another hand. They seem to be the pinnacle of authority, is where we get our facts based from, or what we assume to be facts anyway. The idea is this: all science and religion basically says this one simple thing. The human being is the only animal that we're aware of that has the ability of total conscious choice, at least to the way that we understand conscious choice. That means we have the ability to reason. We have a reasoning factor that is in our mind. It is part of our intellect, right? We have this really amazing intellect. And it does something fascinating. It gives us the ability to either come from ignorance or come from knowledge. Now, somebody once said to me, you can do anything that you want in this life, but in order to do that, you're going to have to learn how to think. And in order to learn how to think, you're going to have to give up the idea of holding on to everything that somebody else taught you and really think for yourself, which means you're going to have to study. Because all the information is here, but if we're going to get to it, we have to be willing to study. We have to be willing to dive into information that is out there, really think about the way other people thought, and make decisions for ourselves based on what we think is right or wrong in the world, based on what we think our purpose is here on earth, what our purpose is in this lifetime. The ability to switch back and forth between these two things is our power to choose. It's our power to choose. Now, I also have, as I said before, our results that are continually going on outside of us. As we look with our senses, as we observe with our senses, we see these results. That information is being fed back into our conscious mind, forms an image. If we don't question it, the subconscious mind tells the conscious mind how to think about that image, how to think about that result, how to think about the environment that we're in, how to think about what's going on in the world. But if we really want to move to a different result, if we say, you know something, I would really like to change the results that I'm experiencing in my life, we're going to have to move out of ignorance, we're going to have to get rid of ignorance, and we're going to have to move to knowledge. That is a choice that we make in our mind. Now, what I think is really fascinating is that many people, probably most people that are walking around in the world, do not really understand the power that they have to choose differently in their life. And they don't understand it because they see everything that's going on outside of themselves as something that they don't really have an intimate connection with. They don't see it as something that they've caused in their life. There's not any understanding of cause and effect in relation to how they're experiencing their world. And if there's no relation to how we're experiencing our world, we fall into the trap of thinking that everything that's going on around us is kind of like happening to us. Right? It's maybe not directly to us, but it's happening in a way where we don't have any control over it. And of course, that would probably fit with whatever belief systems were passed down from one generation to another. You'd have to have really aware parents or grandparents or great-grandparents in order to pass down a different belief system where they said, hey, you can change the way you're experiencing the world by making different choices in your life and understanding how to link those up with the results that you have in your life. We have to really think here, because it's not by chance or luck that people design amazing lives. It's by choice that they design amazing lives. And many people have started from very lowly positions in life, under all kinds of terrible circumstances, and turn their life around to have it be absolutely amazing. So how did they do it? They did it by understanding on some level. They may not be able to articulate it the way that I'm articulating it, but on some level they realized that they had a choice. And they realized that they could either follow negativity in their life here, or they could look for something that had more of a positive result or a positive outcome as far as what they wanted. Now, when they do this, when you're looking toward knowledge, what are you looking for? You're looking for different information. You're looking for information that kind of lines up with your own spiritual desire in the world. Human beings are fascinating creatures. If we look at nature itself, we see something that's actually pretty interesting. Nature always seems to know what to do. But nature doesn't go to school for 20 years like human beings do. It's not parented for 20 years. It's not constantly having somebody make corrections in their life or telling them when they're right or wrong. Nature has instinct. It operates by this universal instinct that is always having it move toward the idea of more life. Now, if I was you, I would write that idea down. More life is something that is a phenomenal guidepost, I think, in actually making decisions. It should be part of our value system. It should be part of our ethics, because when we're making decisions based on the idea of more life for ourselves and for others, we really get to see how our choice is affecting the quality of our life or the quality of other people's lives. But what really seems to be interesting about this is that everything in the universe seems to be moving toward the idea of more life. We also have to understand that life is cyclical. It's constantly moving from a non-form to a form and back to a non-form again. But we're talking about the perpetual transmutation of energy, which is one of the 7 universal laws that I've discussed a whole lot about on the podcast. The idea is that energy is neither created or destroyed, it just is. And it's constantly moving from a non-form into a form and then back to a non-form again. When we experience it in its form, we're experiencing life as we know it. We're experiencing our physical body. We experience the trees that bloom in the springtime and they're green and flowery all summer, and then in the fall they wither, and what we call die is actually just a transformation, but it's not actually death at all, because in the spring it comes back. All life seems to move according to this really interesting law, which means that our life can do the exact same thing. It can move according to this law. We can consistently bring in new ideas, and we can birth them within ourselves, outside of ourselves, and literally change our life. As we take in this knowledge, what we're doing is we're creating a new image of how we would like to see our life. The image is based on this idea, this desire. Now, what is it with this desire? Well, I thought it was fascinating when I was younger that all of nature life seems to have this direction to follow, but human beings didn't seem to have this internal direction to follow. I came to find out later on that that was absolutely not true. But what was true was that nobody was helping us follow that inner voice within when we were children, and we were constantly following the outer voices that were telling us what to do. So we never really got to know or understand that inner desire inside of ourselves that is telling us what direction to actually go in. So it takes time to get to know this side of ourselves. But here's the great thing. This inner voice that is a desire to make your life better is in every single one of us. I always say, where do you start with this? Think about what you desire in your secret thoughts. Those are the thoughts that you don't tell anybody about. It's the thoughts about being, doing, and having things that you may not currently have in your life. For some people, it's just the idea of being happy, or providing more for their family, or doing something that they actually love every single day. Whatever it is for you, and it can be a materialistic thing also, that's not bad. That inner voice is inside of you right now, and it's speaking to you. And if we will give it some attention, it will speak great desires and thoughts and dreams for our life up into our conscious mind. And as it does that, we can create that image of how we want our life to be. Now here's the problem. We have that image on our mind. You build that image up based on that idea. You have to make sure that subconsciously you're programmed with the idea that you can create that image in your life. If you're not, and here's an easy way to know that you're not programmed with that idea, is that you doubt that you could do it. Many people doubt that they can do things. That just requires a little bit more study into really looking at human potential. There is nobody on the planet that can tell you how much potential you have. You have infinite potential. You have all the potential that there is. And through the proper use of our intellect and the focusing on that potential of what we want, we can have this image sink deep into our subconscious mind, which is also our emotional mind. We can become very much enthusiastic about the idea of how we want to create our life. And then through the proper use of our choice, we can begin to set in motion the actions that will produce this desire as our result in life. Now, if you really think about this, and you may want to watch this many times over to really get this idea burned into your own subconscious mind, our ability to choose basically says we do not have to take all the information that we were given by other people and live that out as fact in our life. Let's say that you were born poor and you come to the realization that you're poor and you don't want to be poor. It does not mean that you have to live that way for the rest of your life. What you need to do is to use your ability to choose to start to put your mind on the path of thinking about prosperity and what goes along with prosperity and what are the thoughts and what is the education that you need to live a prosperous life. You can teach yourself those things. All of that information is readily available to just about everybody today via the internet. As we take that information in, as we study it, we will build new concepts and new ideas in our mind. And as we build those new concepts and ideas in our mind, we can become one with them because they will meld with the desire of your heart. See, a true desire always wants to be more, do more, and have more. It's never for less. It's never for death and disintegration. It's always for something more. It's for an amazing life. It's for a fabulous life for yourself and for other people. And all we have to do is to make the choice to not settle for what it is that we're currently experiencing in our life. Now, where can this get into trouble for us with the idea of not settling? If somebody gave us the idea that it's wrong to do that, right and wrong, those kinds of judgments, on one hand, can be very good for us because they keep us within a good moral standard or a good ethical standard in our life, and we do good things, but it can also create a tremendous trap for us if we think that any kind of prosperity, that any kind of money, that any kind of moving forward, any kind of achievement in our life is actually a wrong thing. If somebody told us that we were stupid and that we couldn't learn, those are debilitating subconscious beliefs that some people are walking around with. But if you hear this message, it may be the very first time that you're hearing that you could do something different. And if you let that stir in your imagination, it will grow into a beautiful curiosity for yourself, where if you study, you will be able to find out that you actually can. And then you can build the image, the knowledge, and the habits to create the life that you want. The idea that, so we talked about, we have the ability to choose. We have this amazing power. And I get questions all the time like, how do you stop doing this? Whatever this is. Like, people want to stop doing things, they want to start doing things, they want to stop thinking thoughts that they don't necessarily like, they want to break habits. And it's almost like we've overcomplicated our mind as far as a process goes to actually determine how to think about something. Because really, the intellect's ability to choose is the way to do it. You choose not to do something, or you choose to do something. And people will say, well, that's oversimplified, right? No, it really isn't. The problem is that when you're not consciously using that part of your intellect, it gets weak. And we choose in a reactive way, or a defensive way, but not in a proactive way, where we're consciously making choices, even with things that might be difficult for us to stop doing or to let go of in our life. The key is that we have the ability to choose. So when I first started studying years ago, going back 30 years now, I was fascinated with this idea to some degree, like in the sense of, I saw that people obviously made different choices and were living different qualities of life. They were having very different experiences in the world, which really fascinated me. And part of what fascinated me was this underlying belief I must have had at the time, which was, well, how does a person actually know that they're going to succeed, or know that it's going to work, or know that it's not going to work, or know that they're making the right choice? Now, obviously, we can't know until we do something and then we see the result. I mean, even in the best of circumstances, we can make a mistake, or something else can interject into a choice that we've made and could make it go wrong or make it go right. But I was really perplexed with this thought. Now, I will tell you this. Underneath that thought is the idea of security, of wanting to this internal pressure or need for things to work out, and a fear of them not working out. So I could do a whole diatribe on that. And I've done podcasts on that idea also. But let me tell you a story that I think kind of helps fit in where I'm going with this. I was at a point where I had studied for a number of years, and I was kind of feeling the itch in my life to go do something different. I was working a job. I had a really good career that was working for me. I was making a lot of progress there. Although there was an underlying feeling of not having the complete fulfillment that I wanted. I knew that I could do something different. I knew that I could do something more with my life, but I didn't know what it was. And I had a lot of limited thinking around what that could possibly be, because, again, the only frame of reference that I had in my mind was the experiences that I had up till that point and the information that I had. I knew that anything was possible on an intellectual level, And I had started to experience the idea that I could push my own success much further than I was originally experiencing, but I just had no idea how far or how big of a risk was it actually like okay to take. I had 4 children. They were small at the time. I had, I had all the expenses of a family, all the responsibility of that, and to kind of just, throw the dice and do something completely different, it was weighing on me very heavy. Was this something that was incredibly irresponsible for me to actually do? Now, there was another problem. I didn't know what I was going to do. I had this bizarre experience, and it seems to happen, although it hasn't happened for a long time, but in those days, it seemed to happen, this experience would happen whenever I would get really, really stuck with the same problem for a long period of time and couldn't seem to get out of this situation. I started waking up at 2:20 in the morning every night with a voice in my head that said, if you want to live your dream, you have to leave. And it was maddening, this voice. I would get up, I would think about it, I would be like, what is the dream? What do I have to leave? Like, I need more guidance, I need more information. Every night, like clockwork, I would wake up and I would see the clock and it would say 2:20, 2:19, 2:20, 2:21. And there was that loud, as you can imagine, in my mind, if you want to live your dream, you have to leave. I would get up and start reading books. I wasn't getting much help there. Like, there was no other signs that were like pointing me in this direction. So I went with this for a period of time, and actually the period of time was quite long. It was about 6 months. And I was really, really stuck. It was not changing. So I decided that I was going to ask somebody, and I asked my mentor at the time. And this was a very interesting situation in and of itself, because I was really trying to make this decision without somebody else's external guidance. I really wanted to make sure that nobody was putting an idea in my mind, that it was what I wanted, that I could discover it, that I could make that choice and go out and actually do whatever it was that I was supposed to be doing with my life. But then I got to the point where I got stuck and I was like, okay, I give up, right? And I called my mentor and we had this meeting in New Orleans. And we're in New Orleans and he was speaking that day. And I met him back either backstage or in the green room. And I had this conversation and he said, what's going on with you? And I said, Bob, it's the craziest thing. Every morning I'm waking up at 2:20 in the morning with this voice in my head that says, if you want to live your dream, you have to leave. And he paused for just a second, like he traditionally does. He looked down and then he looked me right in the eye and he said, just quit. My instinct, like bang, right? My reaction immediately was, I cannot quit my job. I've got a family, I've got responsibilities, I've got bills. Now I want you to think about this. I asked the question way before I went to go see him with a conversation, what is it that I have to leave? What do I have to quit? And when he said, just quit, I immediately went to my job. I already knew the answer, but I was uncertain. So I didn't want to grab onto that, probably out of fear. Like, I've seen many people struggle with decisions like this. Still didn't know what I was going to do though. So he began to mentor me through this. And he said to me, what you have to realize is that you'll always get what you need when you need it. He said, and you intellectually understand how spirit works, but you're not really following it all the way. He said, and in order to get the full result, you have to be all in with this idea. So I'm intently listening, like, what does all in means? I said, but I don't know what I'm going to do. He said, you don't need to know until you make the decision to quit. And I was just like, how can I do that? It seemed like the most irresponsible thing that I could ever possibly do, to just walk away from a thriving career and with the idea that I can't go back, right? Like, if I leave, they're not letting me come back, okay? And not knowing what I'm going to do. right? I wasn't like I had millions of dollars in the bank where I could just, screw around for a couple of years and not have to worry about it. I had considerable debt because I was really teaching myself throughout these years. So it was a lot of going to seminars and traveling, and I was spending a lot of extra money that I really didn't have to spend on my own education, trying to actually better myself. But what he was trying to explain to me was that the choice that I was attempting to make, I was making it from a limited perspective of my own consciousness, of my own thoughts, and I was not stepping into how spiritual laws really work, which they require faith. There's no question about it. Our life can be guided, and it can be guided in the most miraculous way, but we have to put some faith into the decisions that we're making and step forward. So it brought me back to this amazing teaching that I'm going to give you in a condensed version, which is totally fine. I think it's plenty enough for you to kind of understand the idea of choice that I'm trying to communicate within this podcast. But the idea was this, because he said something to me that just really spun my mind. He said, "You'll always get what you need when you need it." Now, I had known him for several years at this time, and this was the first time I didn't know if I actually believed him or not. Because immediately my mind went to all the different things that went wrong in my life where I didn't get what I thought that I needed. So what I did was I went home and I literally began to look back. I started flipping the pages of my life back and really writing down all these different situations because I was like, this can't be true. That just can't be true. And what I found out was that it was. And the difference was this. We don't necessarily always get what we want, but we always get what we need. Now, for what? In order to move forward, we always get what we need to move forward. And sometimes that's actually looks like we're going backward. So when I went bankrupt, when I had a car repossessed when I was younger, when I was really irresponsible with money, there were things that happened that had the appearance of setting me backward. But when you look at it from the other side, what it did was it moved me forward because it got me to check my behavior. It got me to check my habits. It got me to learn different things out of the pain and discomfort of having those experiences, which then propelled me forward much faster than I ever would before. But again, the idea was that he said you always get what you needed when you need it. So it brought me back to this law, which is the law of polarity, which I have made very obvious that it is my favorite law. And the reason that it's my favorite law is because I think it's probably one of the most liberating laws that there is. And here's the reason. Most people have a cap on their potential or a cap on what's possible in life. The excuses that I've heard over the years that are really rooted in deep belief systems is that people don't have the money, they don't have the time, they don't know the people that they need to know. There's always a limit in something in their mind that is preventing them from moving forward and doing what it is that they want to do in life. And this law breaks that thinking. It completely breaks it. And it allows you to retrain your consciousness to think beyond your current circumstances so that you can literally create whatever you want and begin to find whatever resource that you need to be able to get there. So here's basically how the law works. What I have written up here is a visual of the law of polarity. The law of polarity states that everything in the universe has an opposite and it's equal in opposite. In order for something to have an opposite, it has to be connected. Okay, it has to be connected. Now, everything is created completely as a whole, W-H-O-L-E, okay? So it's not where we have this visual representation of I don't have something or I only have one part of something. Whatever it is that you have, the other part of it, the other possibility of it has to exist at the same time and in the same place. Now, I want you to think about the power and the potential in what I'm telling you. You may not believe it right now. You may not have experienced it right now, but if you start to conceptualize how this works and allow yourself to experience it, it probably will be the law that will literally change the way that you operate in your life. if I don't have something, let's use money, right? But you can use this with everything. You use it with the idea of good and bad. You use it with the idea of right and wrong. You could use it with people, with problems, with places, anything that you want, this law applies. But today we're going to use it with money. So the idea is that on this side, the extreme is poverty. And on this extreme is wealth. Now, what we're dealing with here is not poverty and wealth. We're dealing with whatever the idea of money is, because the paper and the coins that we trade back and forth for goods and services, that's not money. It's a representation of money. Money is actually an idea. It's an idea that has rules with it. We put a value on it, and then we say that value is worth this to pay for this or that, and we trade for those goods and services. But it comes from an overall idea of abundance. So abundance is what we're dealing with as far as the whole concept of this idea. When we go out to either side of it, then we have the extremes of that concept, which is poverty on one side, wealth on the other. Now, I don't know where you are, but there was a time where I was over here on this side. I was not abject poverty over here, but there's many people in the world that are. I was somewhere between abject poverty and having a little bit of money, right? I think in the middle would be you have just enough. People live their lives with just enough. Usually the people that live their lives with just enough have a tremendous amount of stress in their life because they're always trying to make sure that there's just enough. And we go through so many different contortions in order to try to make that work. If we spend too much, we don't have just enough, and then we're in stress. If we get a little extra, we're either worried we're going to lose it or we manifest something that takes it away from us, and it goes back and forth constantly. So the idea is basically this: wherever I am, wherever you are, ask yourself where you are as far as this line goes. You have to understand that the opposite side exists at the same time. So if I don't have something over here, the opposite side of it says that I do. That's the law. Now, what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to look in my bank, I'm going to look in my wallet, I'm going to look at my bills, and I'm going to go, that's the craziest thing that I've ever heard. I absolutely do not have it. What do you want me to tell the bill collectors? That it's here, that it's like what, I don't have the paper money to actually do something with this. My representation, my reality says that it's not actually here. And what Bob was trying to explain to me, my mentor, he said, the idea is that everything that you need is already here, and whether you bring it in your life or not is dependent upon your consciousness. If you choose not to leave where you are, there's no reason for you to move to the other side of this law and experience what's already there, which is the thing that you should be doing with your life. I like to use this with money because it's the one thing that we can all kind of agree upon. We've all had the experience of some money, not enough money, too much money. We've all had that experience in our life to some degree. But it also works with your potential. It works with your future. It works with your purpose. Whatever you're experiencing now, the opposite side of it already exists in your life. And if we understand this, I think we come from a very different place intellectually as far as what we're going to choose. Because if I really understand it intellectually, now I may not have experienced it yet, I can put my faith in the idea that if I make a decision to move away from this line, whether it's money or it's my purpose, the other side will eventually come into view for me and allow me to accept that as an opportunity or an option in my life. But the idea is that we have to make a decision, because until we make a decision, all we're really focused on is what we don't have. We stay incredibly focused on it. What does that do? It keeps burning an image into our mind of what it is that we don't have in life. And we create a story around that, or we keep repeating a story around it, and we continue not to have it in our life. And that's what he said to me: when you decide to leave, the thing that you desire will show up. I don't know what I desire. You don't need to know what you desire until you make a decision that you're going to leave. Because my modus operandi was, what is it that's going to keep me safe? What keeps me responsible? What keeps me keeping the family unit together as far as my responsibility of that unit was concerned? It was focusing on the wrong side of the line. So I had to really go home and think about all the times that I didn't think something was there, but something was there. And it came in according to my consciousness. So in other words, that's why it's not always what you want, but what you need. Whatever your level of consciousness is what will actually come in to fill that gap of what you don't have. There's billions of people that day to day it's hand to mouth, hand to mouth, hand to mouth, right? And some people always get what it is that they need. Now, if a person is in the consciousness of they don't get what they need, and it's death and starvation and suffering, then they will fall into that category also. But see, that's coming from ignorance, which I talked about on the first episode here. We want to go to knowledge, and knowledge is that it's here. So if I will give up the idea that I don't have something, I can move over to the other side of this line, and I can literally begin to look for the opportunity that will bring in whatever I need. And it's always there. That part I can absolutely assure you. It is always there. But it's not there until we give up having this be the only reality that we're actually experiencing. So the idea is that we have this choice. If we will let go of what it is that we're experiencing that we don't want in life, we open the door to allow what we do want to present itself to us. And this was the experience that I was having when I was told that I was an unconscious competent. I was winning, and I didn't know how I was winning. I went from being a high school dropout that had basically no skills other than driving a truck or a forklift, and I was having all these other experiences that were allowing me to rapidly move up the ladder in a company, to make more money, to know more people that had opportunity to offer me. And it was like night and day. It was like one day it wasn't there, the next day it was there, and the only thing that changed was my attitude about who I was and what I was doing. When I changed my attitude, I began to focus on what I wanted and what I wanted to see versus what I didn't. And to my amazement, it was there the whole time, but I couldn't see it because I was too focused on what I didn't want. So this law does something pretty interesting. It gives you the intellectual knowledge to say that whatever you do want is already here. If you would stop focusing on what you don't have, and you'll start writing down and visualizing what you do want, you will eventually see the opportunity to move to the other side. Now, with most people that I work with personally, they experience this really quick. But there's a couple of parameters around it. Number one, they really, really want to experience something on the other side. So they're willing to drop this to the very best of their ability. The people that make this take a long time, this process, are the ones that they've got 1 foot in, they've got 1 foot out. They got 1 foot in, they got 1 foot out. Today they're going to do it, tomorrow they're not going to do it. Next day they're going to do it, next day after that they're not going to do it. They're not literally making a commitment to step into the possibility for whatever it is that they do want and actually bring that into the existence of their life. It's an amazing thing when we do this. That's why J. Martin Coe wrote a great book called Your Power to Choose, I think it was called, or The Power of Choice, something like that. And he said it's your greatest power. It is your greatest power. It really is our greatest power, because not only does it have the quality to create the life that we want, it has the ability to allow you to see the opportunity to create the life that you want. And then it's a matter of saying yes to that opportunity. Watch this video 100 times. Burn this into your mind and begin to apply it in your life. I'm not asking you to trust it right off the bat. Test it. Start testing it with small things, and eventually you'll do it with big things. And you will watch in amazement as your life changes right before your eyes. I'm always interested to find out why people say that they want some measure of success in life, and then they complain about what they have to do. And I was planning on doing a little teaching out on this to a group that I'm teaching currently. And as I was going through material to bring to it, I decided I really love James Allen As a Man Thinketh, because I think it's the greatest book on personal responsibility ever written. It's not so much that he's telling you have to take responsibility. He's really drawing the correlation in our minds of what happens if we do take responsibility versus what happens if we don't, and that it all starts with our thinking. And as I was going through the process of just jotting down notes to prepare for this podcast, I come across this letter that was dated September 9th, 1990. The letter is from Frank Sinatra, and it's to George Michael. And this would be probably about the height of George Michael's career. And I haven't done any other research on it, other than what I do know is that apparently there was something going on where George Michael was kind of complaining about his success. And Frank Sinatra apparently caught wind of it and either heard the interview or read the article, however it was that it was communicated. And he wrote this letter to the company that published George Michael's remarks and to George Michael himself. So I'm going to start off with reading the letter because I think it's fantastic. And one of the things about it that I think is so fantastic is Sinatra's mindset around success and the fact that they worked and desired to be celebrities, and what he thought about George Michael's complaint around this. He said, "Dear friends, when I saw your calendar cover today about George Michael, the reluctant pop star, my first reaction was that he should thank the good Lord every morning when he wakes up to have all that he has. And that'll make two of us thanking God every morning for all that we have." He said, "I don't understand a guy who lives in hopes of reducing the strain of his celebrity status. Here's a kid who wanted to be a pop star since he was about 7 years old. And now that he's a smash performer and songwriter at 27, he wants to quit doing what tons of gifted youngsters all over the world would shoot grandma for. Just one crack at what he's complaining about. Come on, George, loosen up, swing, man, dust off the gossamer wings and fly yourself to the moon of your choice, and be grateful to carry the baggage that we've all had to carry since those lean nights of sleeping on buses and helping the driver unload the instruments. And no more talk about the tragedy of fame. The tragedy of fame is when no one shows up and you're singing to the cleaning lady in some empty joint that hasn't seen a paying customer since St. Swithin's Day. And you're nowhere near that. You're top dog on the top rung of a tall ladder called stardom, which in Latin means thanks to the fans who were there when it was lonely. Talent must not be wasted. Those who have it, and you obviously do, or today's calendar cover article would have been about Rudy Valley, those who have talent must hug it, embrace it, nurture it, and share it, lest it be taken away from you as fast as it was loaned to you. Trust me, I've been there." Frank Sinatra. Now, I just think that that's fantastic. I never knew Frank Sinatra. And I've heard all kinds of stories about him. I've read a couple of biographies about him. He was an interesting character. But one thing is true, is that he was, at the height of his fame, he was like Elvis and the Beatles wrapped into one. He was the biggest star our world ever knew for a significant period of time in the last century. And to hear his thought on the idea of stardom and apparently what George Michael was complaining about, I find fascinating because he's coming from this aspect of, He was broke. He was down and out. His parents came from Italy. They lived in Hoboken, New Jersey. It was not the greatest place on the planet to live. And he worked his way up as from a teenager into one of the biggest singers in the world has ever known. I mean, everywhere in the world you go, people know who Frank Sinatra was. And Frank has been, he passed away in 1998. I mean, he's been gone 22 years now. He understood the effect of thought on circumstances. And you can tell by the way that he wrote this letter, he also had this intuitive idea, and I'm guessing here because he didn't actually say this, but I can't imagine what else he would be thinking in the words that he wrote. The idea of you create the quality of the circumstance by how you talk about it, how you think about it, what you actually do with it, which then brings me to James Allen, As a Man Thinketh, and the chapter on effect of thought on circumstances. So let's get into a little James Allen here and hear what the great author had to say. He said, a man's mind might be likened to a garden, which may be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild, but whether cultivated or neglect, it must and will bring forth. If no useful seeds are put into it, then an abundance of useless weed seeds will fall therein, and it will continue to produce their kind. And that's part of the interesting thing. It's like the mind is like the earth. It's amoral. It doesn't care what you plant, but it will return whatever you plant. So in our perception, it could be good, bad, it could be beautiful, it could be ugly, it could be sick, it could be healthy. It doesn't matter what it is. Whatever we plant is going to manifest itself in our life, including the quality of our journey. Just as a gardener cultivates his plot, keeping it free from weeds and growing the flowers and the fruits which he requires, so may a man tend a garden of his mind, weeding out all the wrong, useless, and impure thoughts, and cultivating toward perfection the flowers and the fruits of right, useful, pure thoughts. By pursuing this process, a man sooner or later discovers that he is the master gardener of his soul, the director of his life. He also reveals within himself the laws of thought and understands with ever-increasing accuracy how the thought forces and the mind elements operate in the shaping of his character, his circumstances, and his destiny. Thought and character are one. Now, guys, really think about what he's saying here. Thought and character are one. And as character can only manifest and discover itself through environment and circumstance, the outer conditions of a person's life will always be found to be harmoniously related to his inner state. So, again, if you go back and you listen to the letter from Frank Sinatra to George Michael, it's almost like Frank had this inner knowing that his thinking was creating whatever miserable state George Michael was in at the moment. Remember, at the end of the letter, he says, "Trust me, I've been there." Now, if you know anything about Frank Sinatra, you know that he went through several difficult periods in his life. I think he even tried to commit suicide a couple of times. He had real difficulty with his own thinking process, and he had to learn to really cultivate that to create, I would say, a different environment, a different experience that he actually wanted to. He says, this does not mean that a man's circumstances at any given time are an indication of his entire character, but that those circumstances are so intimately connected with some trivial thought element within himself that for the time being, they're indispensable to his development. Every person is where they are by the law of their being. The thoughts which he has built into his character have brought him there. That means there meaning wherever you are right now. So think about where you are right now. Think about how you're experiencing where you are right now. Think about the quality of your journey. It's often said in a lot of literature that there has to be this struggle, and I don't agree with that. I think that the struggle takes place until awareness replaces the struggle, because the only place struggle really happens is between our two ears. I mean, that's the deal. It is a process of not understanding the rules of thought. He said, every man is where he is by the law of his being, and the thoughts which he has built into his character have brought him there. And in the arrangement of his life there is no element of chance, but all is the result of the law which cannot err. Now this is just as true of those who feel out of harmony with their surroundings as those who are contented with them. As a progressive and evolving being, man is where he is, that he may learn, that he may grow, and that as he learns the spiritual lesson which any circumstance contains for him, it passes away and gives place to other circumstances. Man is buffeted by circumstances so long as he believes himself to be the creature of an outside condition. This part's so important, so I'm going to read this one more time, because this is an awareness. This is a shift in perception for a person. Man is buffeted by circumstances so long as he believes himself to be the creature of outside conditions. But when he realizes that he is the creative power and that he may command the hidden soil and the seeds of his being out of which circumstances grow, then he becomes the rightful master of himself. The circumstances grow out of the circumstances grow out of thought every man knows who has for any length of time practiced self-control and self-purification. Now I'm going to go back to the letter here from Sinatra. Listen to the third paragraph. He says, "Come on, George, loosen up, swing, man, dust off the gossamer wings and fly yourself to the moon of your choice. And be grateful to carry the baggage that we've all had to carry since those lean nights of sleeping on a bus and helping the driver unload the instruments." Now, what does that do? I mean, if you're careful, if you are grateful for being able to do the work that's required to achieve whatever level of success, it changes your experience. If I'm going to bitch and moan and complain, I'm going to have a miserable experience, period. That's going to be the totality of my experience. But if I change that, if I'm really grateful, if I accept the journey, whatever the journey is to get there, it literally begins to change everything. He said that circumstances grow out of every thought man knows, for who has any length of time practice self-control and purification, for he will have noticed that the alteration in his circumstances has been in the exact ratio with the altered mental condition. So true is this that when man earnestly applies himself to remedy the defects in his character and make swift and marked progress, he passes rapidly through a succession of vicissitudes. The soul attracts that which it secretly harbors and which it loves, and also that which it fears. It reaches the height of cherished aspirations. It falls to the level of unchastened desires. And circumstances are the means by which the soul receives its own. So whatever we're experiencing, the reflection of that in our life is basically this reflection of the idea of what we're carrying in our mind. I'm going to share this with everybody. I know I shared it on another podcast probably quite a long time ago, but there's a poem in the front of As a Man Thinketh, and it's really a brilliant poem. He says, "Mind is the master power that molds and makes, and man is mind, and evermore he takes the tool of thought, and shaping what he wills, brings forth 1,000 joys, 1,000 ills. He thinks in secret, and it comes to pass. Environment is but his looking glass." Now, I remember the first time I read this, I didn't know what a looking glass was. I had to look it up. And I realized it's what they used to call a mirror. But where he talks about it thinks in secret, it is the thought processes and the paradigms that are going on in our subconscious mind that are then manifesting themselves in our physical life. He says, every thought seed sown or allowed to fall into the mind and to take root there produces its own, blossoming sooner or later into the act, and bearing its own fruitage of opportunity and circumstance. Good thoughts bear good fruit, and bad thoughts bear bad fruit. The outer world of circumstance shapes itself to the inner world of thought, and both pleasant and unpleasant external conditions are factors which make for the ultimate good of the individual. As the reaper of its own harvest, man learns both by suffering and bliss. Now, he doesn't say that you have to suffer. He says man learns from it. The idea there is that we learn. Following the inmost desires, aspirations, and thoughts, by which he allows himself to be dominated, pursuing the will of the wisps in pure imaginings, or steadfastly walking the highway of strong and high endeavor, a man will at last arrive at the fruition and the fulfillment of the outer conditions of his life. The laws of growth and adjustment everywhere obtain, and the man does not come to the almshouse or the jail by the tyranny of fate or circumstance, but by the pathway of groveling thoughts and base desires. Nor does the pure-minded man fall suddenly into crime by stress of any mere external force. The criminal thought had long been secretly fostered in the heart, and the hour of opportunity revealed its gathered power. Circumstance does not make the man. It reveals him to himself. No such conditions can exist as descending into vice and its attendant sufferings apart from vicious inclinations, or ascending into virtue as its pure happiness without the continued cultivation of virtuous aspirations. And man, therefore, as the Lord and the master of his thought, is the maker of himself, the shaper and the author of environment. Even at birth, the soul comes to its own, and every thought, every step of its earthly pilgrimage, it attracts those combinations of conditions which reveal itself, which are reflections of its own purity and impurity, its strength and its weakness. Men do not attract what they want, but they attract that which they are. Now, let me read that one again. Men do not attract what they want, but that which they are. Their whims, fancies, ambitions are thwarted at every step, but their inmost thoughts and desires are fed with their own food, be it foul or clean. The divinity that shapes our ends is in ourselves. It is our very self. Man is manacled only by himself. Think about that. Thought and action are jailers of fate. They imprison being base. They're also angels of freedom. They liberate being noble. Not what he wishes and prays for does a man get, but what he justly earns. His wishes and prayers are only gratified and answered when they harmonize with his thoughts and actions. In the light of the truth, what then is the meaning of fight against circumstances? It means this. It means that a man is continually revolting against the effect without, while all the time he is nourishing and preserving its cause in his heart. That cause may take the form of conscious vice or unconscious weakness, but whatever it is, it stubbornly retards the effort of its possessor and thus calls aloud for a remedy. Men are anxious to improve their circumstances, but are unwilling to improve themselves. They therefore then remain bound. A man who does not shrink from self-crucifixion can never fail to accomplish an object upon which his heart is set. This is as true of earthly as of heavenly things. Even the man whose sole object is to acquire wealth must be prepared to make great personal sacrifices, for he can accomplish his object and know how much more so he would do and realize a strong and well-poised life. The sacrifices are simply letting go of something of a lower nature to gain something of a higher nature. It's very often been said that successful people are willing to do what unsuccessful people are not willing to do. So if you want your free time to do something that does not really advance your life, that is just pure pleasure or joy, that's fine. But if you use all the free time to do that, you're not going to advance your life. You have to sacrifice some of your free time to learn, to get into intellectual conversation with other individuals, to really think and plan your way to where you want to go. He says, here is a man who's wretchedly poor. He is extremely anxious that his surroundings and home comforts should be improved, yet all the time he shirks his work and considers he is justified in trying to deceive his employer on the ground of the insufficiency of his wages. Such a man does not understand the simplest rudiments of those principles, which are the basis of true prosperity. It is not only totally unfitted to rise out of his wretchedness, but it's actually attracting to himself a still deeper wretchedness by dwelling in and acting out indolent, deceptive, and unmanly thoughts. Here is a rich man who is the victim of a painful and persistent disease as the result of gluttony. He is willing to give large sums of money to get rid of it. But he will not sacrifice his gluttonous desires. He wants to gratify his tastes for rich and unnatural viands and have his health as well. Such a man is totally unfit to have health because he has not yet learned the first principle of a healthy life. Here is an employer of labor who adopts crooked measures to avoid paying the regular wage and, in the hope of making a larger profit, reduces the wage of his workpeople. Such a man is altogether unfitted for prosperity, and when he finds himself bankrupt, both as regards reparation and riches, he blames circumstances, not knowing that he is the sole author of his condition. I have introduced these three cases merely as an illustrative of the truth that man is the causer, though nearly always unconsciously, of his circumstances, and that, while aiming at the good end, is continually frustrating its accomplishment by encouraging thoughts and desires which cannot possibly harmonize with that end. Such cases could be multiplied and varied almost indefinitely, but this is not necessary, as the reader can, if he so resolves, trace the action of the laws of thought of his own mind and life. And till this is done, mere external facts cannot serve as a ground of reasoning. And that's what people do. They rationalize and reason based on factual evidence that they have in their life, and they associate that factual evidence to proof of why they're winning or not winning, which then creates a major issue, because if the person is not winning and they do not understand that they're causing it, those facts deepen, they broaden, they get bigger. Circumstances, however, are so complicated, thought is so deeply rooted, and the conditions of happiness vary so vastly with individuals, that a man's entire soul condition, though it may be known of himself, cannot be judged by another from an external aspect of his life alone. A man may be honest in certain directions, yet suffer privations. A man may be dishonest in certain directions, yet acquire wealth. But the conclusion usually formed that one man fails because of his particular honesty and the other prospers because of his particular dishonesty is the result of a superficial judgment, which assumes that the dishonest man is almost totally corrupt and the honest man is almost entirely virtuous. In the light of the deeper knowledge and the wider experience, such judgment is found to be completely erroneous. The dishonest man may have some admirable virtues, which the other does not possess, and the honest man obnoxious vices, that's absent of the other. The honest man reaps the good result of his honest thoughts and acts. He also brings upon himself the sufferings which his vices produce. The dishonest man likewise garners his own suffering and happiness. It's pleasing to human vanity to believe that one suffers because of one's virtue, but not until a man has expatted every stickly, bitter, and impure thought from his mind and washed every sinful stain from his soul can he be in a position to know and declare that his sufferings are the result of his good and not of his bad qualities. And on the way to, yet long before he has reached that supreme perfection, he will have found working in his mind and his life the great law, which is absolutely just and which cannot therefore give good for evil, evil for good. Possessed of such knowledge, he will then know, looking back upon his past ignorance and blindness, that his life is and always was justly ordered, and that all of his past experiences, good and bad, were equitable outworking of his evolving yet unevolved self. Good thoughts and actions can never produce bad results. Bad thoughts and actions can never produce good results. But saying that nothing can come from corn but corn and nothing from nettles but nettles, men understand this law in the natural world and work with it, but few understand it in the mental and moral world, though its operation there is just as simple and undeviating, and they therefore do not cooperate with it. I think that is just fantastic. He goes on in this chapter. There's one more quote, one more thing that I want to end with here, because I think it's really important, because it's also a study of the laws, like the universal laws. And I don't know that somebody like Frank would have known that. He may have known it. I don't know. But I think that he knows some of the basic laws of life. He says here in the book, he says, law, not confusion, is the dominating principle in the universe. Justice, not injustice, is the sole substance of life, and righteousness, not corruption, is the molding and moving force in the spiritual government of the world. This being so, man has bought to right himself to find that the universe is right. And during the process of putting himself right, he will find that he alters his thoughts toward things and toward people. Things and other people will alter toward him. That's beautiful. Let me just leave you with this one sentence, this one paragraph here that I think is so important, the way Sinatra closed this out. Because we all have talent and we all have purpose. Talent must not be wasted. Those who have it, and you obviously do, or today's calendar cover would have been about Rudy Valley, those who have talent must hug it, embrace it, nurture it, and share it, lest it be taken away from you as fast as it was loaned to you. Trust me, I've been there. Frank Sinatra. This is David Nagel. I hope you get a lot out of this. You should listen to this as many times as you can. It is really, really rich. And this is a lesson that'll continue to change your life no matter where you are in your own progress. We need to move success from our intellect, understanding what it means to us intellectually, to a place where it becomes real. It becomes a real pulsating thing that we experience. And when I was thinking about this, I remembered a book that I have. It's called God Works Through Faith. It's by Robert Russell, where he was actually talking about faith, and he's talking about God and how God needs to be real in the mind of a person. So just as a little injunct here, whatever word works for you, whether it's God, spirit, universe, whatever, use that. Try to stay out of the religious concept in your mind here. But, even if it's knowledge, right? The idea here is that we have to begin to make it real in our mind so that we can develop the belief to manifest whatever it is that we want in our life. So I'm going to read a little bit here out of this great piece of work that he came up with here. He said, God must become to us a living, pulsating presence. He must become as real as our friends or the members of our family are to us. We must know him, not as a cold, lifeless name, not as a vague, misty personality, but as an actual living partner. What I take away from this is that so much of our life is spent in the idea of separateness between us and everything else. Our senses basically tell us that. We see, hear, smell, taste, and touch, and our senses perceive things as being separate from us. We see it, there's distance, there's measurement in between me and a cup of coffee or whatever. When we want to become successful, when we have a goal or a vision or a dream or an ideal that we want for ourselves, even if we see it in our mind, we have the tendency to think, this is something I need to go get. This is something that I need to achieve. I need to bring this or create this in my life in a material form to actually make it real. But when we do that, very often people will fail in those endeavors because they lack the belief to continue to move forward into what it is that they want to create. And the idea is, if we can really build that belief to be solid, it has to be based on something. So one of the things that I believe that it needs to be based on is the idea that it's actually real. The thing that we want is real. So it's about moving this to our mind where we literally become aware of the reality of what we want. So think about this for a moment. Success is about awareness. It's about an awareness of something that's already inside of us. Our life is moved forward, if we're coming from like self-direction, through the idea of desire. Desire points us towards the needs and the wants and the things that we both want to have in our life and the things that we want to create in our life. If we follow that desire in our life, it will lead us into our purpose. We will discover our purpose. We will create the life that we want. We will learn so much about awareness and success and the manifestation of the real things that matter to us in life that it's amazing. It becomes an absolutely amazing life. When we don't do that, we actually think that we're a thing in a world of things, and we're constantly trying to go out there and achieve something that maybe other people are controlling, or different systems or ideologies either keep you from getting it or allow other people to get it easier. And it becomes a battlefield. Life kind of becomes a battlefield, right? It's if I could, if I would, maybe I have it, maybe I don't. You have good times, bad times. You have distractions. You have things that go horribly wrong. And there's an idea that we don't have much control over it because we don't really see ourselves one with this universal power that allows us to create and manifest in our life. There's this quote here from Working with the Law, and it says, "Prosperity and poverty are not two things. They're merely two sides of one and the same thing. They are but a power that is either rightly or wrongly used. You cannot think of plenty and then worry about the unfavorable conditions that may seem apparent." Now, I'm bringing that in for a very specific reason. It represents the idea of the whole truth about something being absolutely real. Most people, when it comes to, let's use money here as the example. When it comes to money, they experience one side of the law of polarity. And the law of polarity states that there's two sides to everything in the universe. It's equal and opposite, right? So that means that there is something there that is within the whole. It is within the whole of truth. It is within the whole of consciousness. It's within the whole of the idea that if we become aware of what we don't see, we have an ability to bring that into our life. So think about this for a minute. You take the amount of money that you earn every year and ask yourself, if you were to draw a horizontal line and the left end of that line was poverty and the right end of that line was wealth, where would your income exist? Like if you were to have to mark it down on that line, where would it actually exist for yourself? If your income has been there for a while, you may think to yourself, it would be really great if I could be wealthy, but then it becomes, I don't know how, I don't know if it's possible, I don't know if it's right or wrong, I don't know how I would get there. There's these huge gaps in our mind that make it seem like some ethereal luck charm in order to be able to actually create the wealth that we would want in our life. So it's not real to us, even though we see other people have that wealth in their life. I mean, you may not know them personally, but all you have to do is look at the media, look online, and you can see that there's wealthy people all over the place. But that's for them, is what our mind says. That's for them. That's not for me. And then, of course, we have all of the validation that's going on in our thinking to kind of to back that up. So the problem becomes, how do I create a belief that allows me to really feel deep down inside of myself that I can get to the other side of that line? I could create wealth. And keep in mind, the law of polarity works with everything in our life. It works with wealth. It works with health. It works with friendships. It works with, a significant other. It works with business. It works with absolutely everything, because everything is equal and opposite. So what do I need to do? Well, in my mind, in my mind's eye, in my vision of what I want, I need to move myself down that line, that horizontal line, as I get closer to the place where it literally becomes real. Now, let me go back to God works through faith. He says the first function of faith is to make God real, to make him as real to us as he was to Christ or John or Paul. Where is God? Within each one of us. Not within the sense that he is within our body, our solar plexus, or our brain, but within our consciousness. So the thing that we want that we can't see, the big problem that we have is we perceive a separation. Most people perceive a separation between yourself or spirit or God or the universe or energy or knowledge, whatever it is that you call it. And we're constantly working to bring things in. But I have experienced many times, not only in my life, but with the thousands of people that I have coached, they will literally go from a point of somewhere on the poverty line, even though there may not be abject poverty, let's say what it is, to all of a sudden moving very far over to the side of wealth, and it happening in a very short period of time. And I remember when that first started to happen to me, what I did not realize that allowed that transformation to happen was that I became aware of what had already been there, that I was not aware that was there before, and that became real to me. The moment that it became real to me, I had options. I had the ability to make a decision. I had the ability to change my mind about something. I had the ability to move into an opportunity that would allow everything to change very quickly. The idea is that the opportunity is always here, even if we can't see it. Our mind works so amazingly that once it's programmed with an idea, it's constantly telling our eyes and our senses what to look for in our world. So then we have a verification of what it is that we believe. Hence, if we begin to change our belief, we begin to change what we see. If we start to change the idea that we're separate from something, and we start to move that idea into the idea that I'm one with everything, we learn something very, very amazing. The desire that you have for anything that's in your heart, that's in the place that wants to be, do, or have something in your life. If you're looking outside of yourself, you're saying, I desire it, I want it, but I don't actually have it. And that's actually incorrect. When we desire something, it is the first indication that we have the thing that we want, and we have it on like a vibrational plane of existence, which is the first step of creation. The acknowledgement that I'm in harmony with something. That's the law of vibration. Whenever you have an idea, whenever you have a want, whenever you have a desire, you're in harmony with that thing that you want on a vibrational level. That means you're already one with it energetically. And I think that we have to really come into the truth about the idea that energy is something very, very important. It is not, a lot of people look at it like it's a kindergarten picture, like if some kid in kindergarten drew this picture of something that they would really want, a dog, a pony, something like that. But it's not real. It's just a fantasy. It's not something that they can actually have in their life. Yet, the idea is that every single thing that human beings have created, it had to be a desire and an image in the mind of the creator before they could actually create it. And they had to hold that image in their mind with either the love of the desire or the will of their consciousness until they manifested the thing that they want. But where was it? Where was the chair before we invented a chair? Where was the telephone before we invented the telephone? Where was the cup of coffee before we invented the cup of coffee? It was an idea that was knowledge-based in a universal energy. And as we had a desire to create something, we started to build a picture in our mind of what that would look like. And then we formed it with our hands and we had it in our life. Most of the things that people want today don't even have to go that far. They're already here. They're the success that you want, the customers that you want, the business that you want, the opportunities, they're already here. You have a desire, you're already one with that thing, but you need to see yourself as being one with the thing. Otherwise, we kind of go down a road often that our own self-esteem really kind of has something to do with whether or not we're going to get it. And the self-esteem could be saying, oh, you're not good enough, or your parents weren't good enough, or you were raised in a trailer. What makes you think you're going to do it? Or you're from the ghetto, or look at all the mistakes that you made in the past in your life. There's no way that you could possibly ever deserve to have anything better with how many times you screwed up in your life. That becomes a voice from our self-esteem. It's like a voice from the pit of hell, because it's constantly telling us what we can't do, but it's not based in truth. It's based in past judgment of many, many different things, which actually are not really all that important when you're talking about where you're going. However, when you're listening to that voice, it's kind of like you become one with that voice when you're listening to it, which is not good, because then you say, well, this is who I am, and that's not true. That's not who you are. When you come from your higher self is always for further growth. It's always for more manifestation of good things. It's always about helping other people, creating things in a person's life. Let's go on here a little bit with God Works Through Faith. He says that the idea here, in order to develop this consciousness, is to basically go with this idea. He says, I and the Father are one. Right? So now this is from the Christian tradition. That's true. It's from the Christian tradition. But you have to think about it in the aspect of, even if you perceived it, I should say, as a metaphor, the idea is that you're one with something, but the question remains why. Okay, why? He says, when you realize that God is not in one place and you are in another, when you understand that your oneness with him and can say and believe, I and the Father are one, your word will accomplish that wherever it's sent, according to the promise. When you believe that your desire is already fulfilled, believe that what you're asking for is already yours, you have put your faith to work, and what you seek will be manifested in your experience. All it is it's an acknowledgement. It's acknowledgement. You're becoming aware. As I'm teaching this, whatever it is that you're doing, you're thinking, how does this apply to me? Do I really believe that? Is that really true for me? Take the spiritual aspect away from this from a moment. Ask yourself, what are you one with in your life? What's another way of saying this? What do I feel connected to? Do you feel connected to your spouse? Do you have a pet that you feel connected to? Do you have art or literature or some work or hobby that you feel connected to? Think about something that you feel connected to. What is that connectedness? It is you being in harmony with that thing. I mean, you're vibrating. Your frequency is on the same level of the thing that you want. You feel very, very connected to that thing. Why? Because that thing is part of whatever it is that you're doing to express yourself, or express your oneness, or express your intelligence, or your artistic endeavor within this lifetime. That's what it is. And that's part of what your purpose is, to do that. There are many things that can shut that down, however. We already talked about the idea of self-esteem. We've already talked about the idea of the judgment of a person's past. But in truth, the only thing that can shut that down is your decision not to pursue it. I have found that the more evidence that we can compile in our mind, that the success that we want, the wealth that we want, the business that we want, whatever you want, the more we can make that real in our mind as a possibility, the more we will create in our life. Think about a time, and you may want, when you get a chance, to sit down and actually possibly write this out. I've done this many times, especially when I first started studying, because I thought it was fascinating. Somebody said to me, I said, I'm a complete loser. Like, I haven't done a damn thing right my whole life. And this is when I was relatively young. And a person said to me, well, that's not true. You've won at many things. And I'm like, I haven't won at anything. And they sat with me and really got me to think about times where I won something, right? And I was actually amazed at how many times I could remember, but for whatever reason, I did not link that up in my mind as having any worth or value whatsoever, because I didn't think I had any worth or value whatsoever. But each one of us can remember times when we won at something, when we did something really amazing. And it doesn't matter how small it is, it matters that you recognize it, because it is in the actuality of it where we have this kind of breakthrough. The success that you want is already in you. And that may be hard for a person to believe, but think about it like this. Awareness is different than memory. It's very different. Awareness is when you become aware of something that's already there. The success, your purpose in life, the things that you truly want to be, do, and have, they're already inside you. You just need to become aware of them. You need to become aware of the reality of them. When you learned how to swim, you didn't learn how to swim. You became aware of your ability to float. When you learned how to ride a bicycle, you didn't learn how to ride a bicycle. You became aware of your ability to balance on two wheels. That ability was already in you. Nobody can teach you how to ride a bike. Nobody can teach you how to float in water. You have to become aware of your ability to do so. Unlike things that we learned in school, maybe like algebra or something, where we had to remember it for a short period of time, and then 20 years later, you don't remember how to do it. You could take yourself off a bicycle for 20 years and get back on, and away you go. You could stay out of the water for 20 years, and then somebody push you in a pool, and you'll swim to the side. You don't lose what you become aware of. It's very different. Most people are not aware of the success that is within them. They're not aware of the talents that they have within them because they were never brought to the surface. Or if they were brought to the surface, they weren't there for very long, or they were condemned and criticized for having done it to begin with. So the key is becoming really aware of what's already in you and making that real in your life, making it very, very real. Remember, if we go back to working with the law, he says the mind force is creating continually, just like fertile soil. Nature does not differentiate between the seed of a weed and that of a flower. She produces and causes both seeds to grow. The same energy is used for both. And so it is with the mind. The mind creates either good or bad. Your ideas determine which is actually to be created. When I had my very first breakthrough, for those of you that have listened to the stories before that are on this podcast, in my early 20s, I'm finding myself with a family, not making enough money, working 6.5 days a week, and I'm driving a forklift because I didn't have any skills, and I quit high school when I was 17 years old. I'm doing this, and I can't figure out how do I get out of this situation. With all the overtime and as much as I worked, I couldn't crack $20,000 a year. Just couldn't crack it. Why? Well, I had all the verifiable reasons. I didn't get an education. I didn't have any other skill sets. I was working so hard and long that I didn't have money to go back to school. Of course, this is in days before even the internet. Nor did I even have the time to go back to school. I had a ton of responsibilities, so how do I get out of this situation? It's causing me to be more angry, looking down at myself, feeling really shitty about who I was as a person, a father, a husband, a man, and I'm looking into my world and I don't see opportunity. I'm like for a period of 2 years, I'm just banging my head against the wall, trying to figure out how do I change this, but I'm using all of my verified experience inside of me, which was all bad pretty much. Of course, I can't see it on the outside. And then one day, through just, I want to say luck, but it's definitely not luck. I mean, it was fortunate. I was very fortunate that, I kind of had this emotional breakdown and my higher side of myself said, change your attitude. And I began to change something. When I changed my attitude, I changed the frequency in which I was thinking. I was thinking higher, more positive thoughts. It was only 3 things. It was act like you love what you do the best with everything that you can, and treat people with total respect. And within a short period of time, something at the time, it appeared completely magical to me, was that an opportunity showed up that was going to allow me to triple my income in 30 days. And it wasn't like a get-rich-quick scheme or anything. It was a verifiable opportunity to go to work for another company, and I was going to be paid, 3 times more than I was being paid. It was unreal, absolutely unreal before that happened. The moment that the opportunity came into my life, what was unreal, what was previously unreal, became real. So just the change in how I was having an outlook on my life allowed me to go from something that I thought was completely not possible to something that not only became possible, it was extraordinarily real, and that it happened in my life. That one little step for me changed everything, because now, for me, possibility became real. What can you do today to make possibility real for you? Can you see yourself as one with the thing that you desire in life? Can you see yourself as one with who you want to be as a person? Can you acknowledge that the desire alone puts you in harmony with it? It's actually verifying that you're already one with it. Now really think about that. You don't have a desire to do all different kinds of things. You have a desire to do a select few things in your life. Why? Why is it that you have a desire to do those things? Because it's part of who you are. You're already in harmony with it. It's part of your life purpose. It's there for a reason. If you take that seriously, it will guide you to the most amazing places that you could ever want to go in your life. Really think today, what do I desire? What am I one with? I want to make a mention about all the different kinds of studies that have been done on success in general. Whether we're reading a biography of someone, or we're looking at a success book, or you're observing someone who's very successful. One of the things that we're doing, and I think we automatically do this for whatever reason, we're looking at what they did. We all want to know, what did this person do in order to become extraordinary in whatever it is that they're doing in life. And we're very focused on what they did. Probably one of the most famous books ever written on success was Think and Grow Rich. And there's principles in the book. Hill talks about in the beginning of the book that there's a secret in the book, but he won't tell you what the secret is. He says you'll recognize the secret in the book when you're ready to recognize the secret in the book, because really the secret's in yourself. So when you're reading this book, people are looking at all these different principles, and then how do I enact these principles into my life to become the success that I say that I want to be? What people don't realize is what comes before those principles. What comes before the how do I think, how do I behave, what do I need to change, what are the systems or strategies that I need to put in place? And actually, it's the thing that precedes all of that that is probably more important than anything, than any book, than anything that I'm going to teach you here, and that is the desire to be whatever it is that you want to be. Because without that desire, nothing happens. The study of success is basically the study of what a person did. People try to wrap their mind around what a person's actually thinking. We try to wrap our mind around what a person was feeling. We try to string together events in their past that created the mindset that they're coming from. But nobody can pretend to actually know what any successful individual is actually perceiving, how they feel about it, how they actually view the world, what it is, what are the unique stories that drive them, that give them the emotion, the desire, the willingness, the fortitude to break through, to be beyond average, to be extraordinary in what they're doing. So what's important about that is that every single person has this inside of them somewhere. All of the secrets, all the strategies, the laws of the universe, they really don't matter if you don't have the desire to do it. Because if there's anything that is very true about success, is that no matter who you study, you're going to find that there's a different approach. So there is no one absolute, you have to do it this way in order to get there, with the exception of desire. Without the desire, you will not find that a person will break through their own discomfort, their own fear, the rejection that they get, from the world in order to have the success that they want. Without that desire, a person won't do it. They absolutely won't. The human condition will then go to what is comfortable for me in the moment, and that's what will engulf the thinking of the person. That'll become their reality, and that'll be the exact place that they stop. Every single one of us has a story of our life, and it's a unique story. Those stories are based in pain, they're based in pleasure, they're based in experiences, they're based in observation of the way the people around us were living, how they viewed the world, what they thought, their fears, their prejudices, their ambitions in life, their disappointments. We then take this information and we create a story. Probably not with any intention, but it's just how we receive the information and then how we actually store it in our own memory. It doesn't even mean that it was real. Very often those stories change over a long period of time because we don't remember it the same way. The key is to understand that stories move life forward. Stories. The way that we make meaning of something, the way that we observe something, the way we give something meaning, the way we repeat those meanings, and how we attach those meanings to different things that we experience along the way. I think that one of the biggest disservices to the average individual is that they're guided in a way through their life based on a singular story that they need to be safe and that they need to create a life of safety. And if they don't understand that there actually is no safety, there is no absolute safety. Safety comes from an intelligent response to whatever we're experiencing in the moment. Because ignorance will have the same consequence as stupidity or a mistake, an accident. You can have an ignorant little child walk off a building and gravity is going to pull them to the ground. There's nothing that's going to save them because they were ignorant. There's nothing that's going to save them because they were innocent. We have to really back up just a little bit when we start thinking about what it is that we really want to create in our life. Because it's going to take everything from you in a way that it will strip you down in every one of your weaknesses until you are ready to build yourself up. When I hear somebody say, when am I going to get there? When am I going to have this success? I've been doing this for several years and I still haven't achieved the money. I still haven't achieved the notoriety. It's taking everything that I do every day. The answer is very simple. When you're good enough. When you're good enough. And the only thing that gets us to the point of being good enough is repeating and doing the correct thing every single day as much as it takes in order for us to be good enough to be extraordinary in what it is that we want to do. And like gravity, success is not going to bend because of any situation or self-pity that you may have. It has an exact cost in life. And if you're not willing to pay that cost, that's totally fine. That's absolutely fine. Society is set up in a way where you can be average, where you can be mediocre. And there's a place for it. There's a need for it, if that's what you truly want to do. But if you don't want to do that, you have to realize you cannot have the success without the price. It's not going to happen. And if you don't harness and get very clear about the desire for what you want and how to bring it to the world, and to make the decision that you're not going to play mediocre in your life, and that no matter what the cost is, you're willing to pay that price. If you're not willing to do that, then you might as well just be mediocre. Because it's going to take everything that you've got to create whatever it is that you say that you want. I think that It's really fascinating. Like, I totally get the idea that, yeah, sure, everybody would like to have success on some level. Just in a general conversation, if you're sitting around having a conversation with individuals. But to have a real serious conversation, even just with yourself about that, you have to really consider what it's going to take. Because just to throw it out there lightly is to really do a disservice. A lot of people really think that there are shortcuts to success. And there are not shortcuts to success. Because it requires that you build habits that not only support you, but you get to the place where you don't even need to think about those habits anymore. The idea of mindset around success can be one of the biggest things that we need to cultivate. But let's really think about the truth here. We want to cultivate mindset so we don't have to think about mindset, and we can actually focus on the skill sets that are required in order to become better. If we're constantly focusing on our mindset, we're never really mastering the skills that we need to master in our own individual businesses. And of course, that really is the thing that becomes most important, because if you're not going to master the skill sets, you're never going to achieve the extraordinary success that you want. So what causes us to master the mindset? Repetition. It's understanding, it's study, it's understanding what you study, it is the consistent application while always looking at the feedback. How am I responding? How am I growing in this area? And then continuing to get better as you go. But if you stay stuck in the idea of constantly working on your mindset forever, and which is a huge place a lot of people get stuck, you never really get better, because at that point, you're not bringing the right mindset to the skill set. So we want to master the mindset as fast as we can, so that it's not, I'm constantly trying to figure out, how do I get myself to do something every day? Now, let's think about desire a little bit. Before I get into the laws of the universe, I think it's very important that we understand why desire is actually more important than the laws. One reason is that there's plenty of people that have become extraordinarily successful without having any idea what the laws of the universe are. What they have is a desire that causes them to think about any challenge that they have, to be able to overcome it, to be able to see what their weaknesses are, and to be able to do exactly what's necessary to turn those into massive strengths in their life. To take the things that they're already good at, that they're already strong at, and make those even better. And again, it's no matter what it takes. So they don't see the obstacle as a reason to stop. They're not battling their mind constantly, trying to get themselves to work around a problem. It's like, here's an issue, here's an obstacle. My job is to become better than the obstacle. So what does that mean? Does that mean thousands of phone calls every week in order to become better at sales? Does that mean writing and rewriting copy and doing marketing so that we could learn the language and the rhythms of that? Does it mean studying to learn how to build a team? Does it mean studying to learn the personalities of a team, how to get the best out of other individuals, how not to be sucked into the stories of other people that are around you as to why you can't do your best or why they can't do their best? Is it studying presentations? Is it learning how to negotiate? What are the things in your business that need the tremendous amount of focus? Because desire will say, whatever it takes. It doesn't matter what the next thing is, whatever it takes. And then a person goes in and they crush that thing over and over and over again until they master it. Period. If they have the desire, not much else is needed, because the desire is always pushing the person through whatever the obstacle is. When you stop When you stop at an obstacle, when you stop because you're tired, when you stop because you get rejection, when you stop because you lose your own internal compass, when you stop when other people get upset around you for what you're doing, the truth is, in that moment, whatever that reason is that you stopped became stronger than your desire to move forward. Period. Period. That is the death sentence of success. When the obstacle and the fear and the insecurity and the lack of confidence becomes stronger than your desire to move forward, you're done. You're done. And people hang around this edge way too long, in my opinion. Like, I understand when you're first starting out, a person needs to kind of find where that edge is. They don't know. They're constantly coming up against it, and they have to be psychologically and emotionally prepared to push past it. But when those things literally begin to stop you, and it starts happening over and over and over again, it's like you're playing Russian roulette with your success. You really are. Why? Because you're tolerating that experience hanging around in your mind. It starts eating away at your desire. The desire lessens, and the pain of the moment begins to increase. And as that pain of the moment begins to increase, it becomes more real in what we're experiencing. We lose the ability to see through the problem. And in many cases, ultimately, we lose the ambition that we originally had to say what it is that we want. And we begin to settle. We literally begin to settle because we start making excuses for not doing our best. Success requires that you bring your best every single day. Day after day, week after week, month after month. It doesn't matter if you're tired. It doesn't matter if you're sick. It doesn't matter what's going on. Your job, when you say you want to be successful, is to bring that energy level to every single thing that you do. And if you don't bring it, to recognize that you're not bringing it and figure out what needs to happen to make sure that you bring it the next time. You cannot afford to hang around the edge of pain, around the edge of uncertainty, around the edge of those things playing in your mind, because it will infect your mind and ultimately you will fail. I have watched many people that hung around that space too long, that let too many doubts get in their head, and it steals their dream. Ultimately, it will steal your dream. So, our number one job is to hold on to guard, to keep fresh, to keep energized, and to keep extremely clear the desire that we have to do whatever it is that we say that we want to do in life. It needs to be very clear, because you're creating an image in the consciousness of your mind, and that image, you need to see what you say that you desire. You need to see it. And you need to hold that image there with everything that you have. With all the love in your heart, you need to hold that image on the screen of your mind. That means no matter what's happening, that image is there. It becomes your main resource for your success. Holding that image. Understanding why you want what you want. You have to become magnificently obsessed about the desire that you say that you want. You have to look at it every day. You have to feel it in your heart every day. You have to see it in your commitment every day. Remember, you're doing something that's extraordinary. If you're going to be average, you don't have to do this. But this is why so many people are average, because they're not willing to do it. They're not. It takes a stronger energy. It takes a stronger commitment. It takes a willingness to do whatever is necessary. consciously accepting what the cost is of the success that you say that you want every single day. Because there's no book, there's no coach, there's no friend, there's no anybody that can replace this, meaning your desire, if you begin to lose it. People can coach you and mentor you in all different ways. But once this is gone, nobody has the ability to replace that but you. This is an internal job. What do you really want? This desire is an internal job, and it's your job. It's your responsibility. Now, the truth is, you wouldn't want anybody to have enough power to be able to either give it to you or take it away. People's suggestions, people's opinions, people's comments, if you let those in your head, those things can take it away. But understand, you're the one that's actually doing that, not someone else. You're allowing that to be in your space. If you allow toxic energy and opinions to infect your desire, done. So the number one responsibility, the thing that's going to give you the energy, the thing that's going to give you the inspiration, the thing that's going to spawn your creativity, you have to keep very clear, very clean. That's your desire. Another thing that you need to do with this is you need to be able to recognize if the energy around it starts to dip. And what's important about that is to realize that generally when that happens, something else has gotten in your head. Something else that you're experiencing is affecting that desire. And as soon as that happens, or as soon as you become aware of it, you have to do something about it. Like you have to radically make a shift in what you're focusing on. You have to understand, what do you need in your life that is going to feed you to keep the desire moving forward, to keep it clean, to keep it clear? You have to understand that. You have to prepare ahead of time. If it begins to falter, how are you going to bring that energy back up? Because without it, it's over. It's over. There's no mindset technique. There's no meditation practice. There's nothing that will replace it. This is when a person gets lost, when a person loses hope. If that's gone, everything else falls away. There's no reason for faith. There's no reason for confidence. There's no reason for opportunities. Because your desire, your hope, your vision for your life is gone. So I want you to really consider, about to get into these laws, that these laws are fantastic. They give you a way of viewing the world that supersedes whatever story you have about stopping, because it allows you to see the real truth. But it doesn't lessen the discomfort in moving through something that's uncomfortable. All it does is clear the path intellectually so that you can see what the truth is, so you know what outcome to go after. It gives you something else to believe in. You still have to grow. You still have to overcome your own insecurity. You still have to build correct habits, skill sets. You still have to focus on doing the correct things every single day, but it gives you a way to see what those things are. It allows you to see that every no also has a yes, that every obstacle in the universe also has the way through, that every lack of resource is just an illusion in the moment. The resource is actually here. It does amazing things for clarity with the mind. And that's really how it should be used. Those are how the laws should be used, as a way to guide your thinking to the path of what it is that you say that you want. But even the laws will become very confusing for a person if you don't keep your desire clear. So think about it for a second. If the desire is not clear, what are we experiencing? If we're experiencing confusion in anything that we're supposed to do, people will say, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I want. How do I get the fear to go away? How do I get confidence? All of these questions are symptoms of another problem. You can't really answer those questions, not in the way that the person's experiencing the question. What is it a symptom of? It's a symptom that somewhere along the line, doubt got in your mind. Something caused you to doubt. And it shifts your consciousness, the clarity of your consciousness. It'll shift you emotionally. It'll shift you spiritually. It'll shift the way that you see the results in your life, the way that you see your environment, the way that you perceive and evaluate what you're supposed to do. Anything that allows a little bit of doubt in can shift everything in a massive way. And then it's always, I don't know, or I don't have, or how can I get? If you're starting off sentences that way, I don't know, I don't have, how can I get? I can't do it now. Those are symptoms. It's a symptom of doubt. Why? Because you don't have clarity. Remember this, the universe holds nothing back from you. Everything is already here. Everything that you need for success is already here. The external things are already here, and the internal things are already here. You need to keep the internal clear and driven in that direction. And then you will manifest the external. But if it's already here, the only thing that can get in our way is us. It's the only thing that can get in our way. It's the only thing that can prevent your extraordinary success from manifesting in your life. Your ability to keep it clear or to allow something like doubt in. Now, you might not see it as doubt. You might see it as a comment somebody made. You might see it as somebody's opinion about why you can't do something. It could be rejection from a phone call that you were having to try to move business forward. It could be a mass of people all experiencing the same negative problem. I don't know what it is for you, but you have to know. What are the things in your life that suggest to you that you can't do it, that you can't move forward? And that could be in any area of your business. It could be how much you charge, how much you receive, how well your business is run, any resource that you need. A frequent question that I get is, how do I move my business forward when I need product, when I need team, all the different things that we need in a business to be able to move forward, and a person says, but I don't have any money to do it. You don't need any money to do it. Money is not the problem. It's not the problem. The problem is something is infecting your desire to think clearly about how you can move forward without having the money. See, there's no reason for the money to come in to do anything until you make a decision that you're going to do it. Not everybody, but most people that start businesses are bootstrapping a business, meaning they don't have an abundance of money to start off with to fund their movement forward. So they have to figure out, how do I get everything done without a lot of money? How do I go from where I am right now without having a lot of money and bring in a lot of money as I go? That's the way that we need to think about it. That's what the clarity is. The confusion, the doubt, tells us we can't do something because all we see is evidence of what we can't do. So we have to be very certain that we're not going to tolerate those suggestions in our life. The moment you start to tolerate them, you allow doubt to start to cloud your desire. And if you do it too long, you'll lose the desire. You'll lose it. And it's much more difficult to get a damaged desire back than it is to keep your original one clean and clear and begin to move forward on it. As you move forward on your desire, you begin to manifest evidence of the desire in your life being real. And as that evidence begins to manifest, it builds your confidence, it deepens your belief, it makes you stronger. So it's very important that as you're moving forward with the idea of creating results now and as fast as you possibly can. You don't want to create results in the opposite direction. Evidence of failure, evidence of why you can't. I mean, people literally can bury themselves in negative evidence. And then they can't find the desire anymore. And you'll see people go down, and sometimes it takes them years before they can find it again. You don't have to go through that. You absolutely don't. Wherever you are right now, a matter of fact, you wouldn't even be watching this if you didn't have the desire to begin with. So it is the most important thing.
One of the problems that we see that happens very frequently is a person does not know how to show up in authority for what they're doing. They lack the confidence. And because of that, they're always struggling with this idea of how do I get there? How do I move forward? How do I move my business forward? How do I move my finances forward? And when I first started my company, I would say, if you were to look on a sheet of paper and say, is this guy qualified to start this company, to run this company, to do whatever he's going to do? On paper, I would have to say no. I absolutely was not. There was nothing on paper that said that I could actually do this. However, not only was it not on paper, it was really not in my head either. All I had was a desire to really do something. Like I really wanted to start something. When I say something, I mean a business. I wasn't sure at first that this is what I was going to do. That came later down in the process, more close to when I actually decided to walk away from my job. But the training that I was getting at the time was very interesting in the fact that it really set up a foundational attitude for me to step into what I was doing with quite a bit of personal authority for what I was actually doing. Now here's what I'll say. We have a tremendous respect for qualifications. Is a person qualified? What makes them qualified to do what they're doing, be what they're doing, say what they're saying? And we've built a reputation over time, as individuals mature and grow in humanity, that we provide an educational system for people to become qualified at whatever they do. And that usually goes, different things go through rigorous studies. And what is the academic study that has to happen? Is the person intellectually capable of moving in that field or in that skill set, or in these types of things? And as the person is moving forward with their life, if they want to be something and they want to do something, they usually identify what it is. And then we want to know, what's the education that I need to get there? What are the skill sets that I need to develop? And then how much time is it going to take for me to become somewhat of an authority on something so that I'm well respected enough so that I can say I'm a success? And I didn't know that there was a way that you could shortcut that process. And I'm not talking shortcut the learning process. The learning process is what it is for almost everybody. Some people can learn quicker, some people slower, but there's a process that you have to go through. I had gone through a process of studying for 7 years. It was not an academic study in the sense that I went to a place of higher learning to learn what I learned. It was a self-study. It was a deep dive. It was listening to people that were experts in certain fields and doing the recommendations that they were giving me, studying the books that they told me to study, the programs that they told me to study, going to the seminars, listening to lectures, people talk, books on tape, that whole thing. And a lot of question and answer. So the more I studied, when I started studying, I had a tremendous amount of questions. And then when a lot of those questions were alleviated, it just caused more questions. So it was a period of back and forth questions, self-evaluation, introspection, learning about myself, learning about the world, really going after the different things that I believed in to see if they were solid. Because I think what I really wanted to know in the beginning was what the truth was. I mean, that was my search in life from a child. You know, there were so many conflicting messages that I got as a kid. I really didn't know what the truth was. And there were some people that I was exposed to, and I think this is very relevant today, that because they say something bolder, they say something louder, they say something more aggressive, we take it as they have the truth. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have the truth. It just means that they are doing something in a way that is getting more attention than somebody else is. My mentor used to say, just because a person talks louder than anybody telling a lie doesn't make it true, right? It may make it heard more, and then people interpret it as the truth, or they want to make it true, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a truth. So I really wanted to get to the truth. And as I got to the truth and I started helping people, and they were getting really great results in life, I still had to overcome this idea of how do I take myself from, and this wasn't true either, so I was very self-depreciating back in the day. I was saying, how do I take myself from a truck driver to somebody that can be an author, a speaker, a coach, somebody who puts on seminars, who's well respected in the professional development field? Like, how do I make that transition? It was the question that went through my mind the first time that I saw Tony Robbins on stage. I remember the first seminar I went to, he came out, larger than life figure. He was very, very young back then, kind of dating myself, and very charismatic. The people that were in the environment with me were all very positive, and I thought for a brief second, like, fuck, it would be cool to do what he's doing. Like, that would be so cool. But also in my mind, if I gave it any thought at all, it was, well, how would I get from where I am to that? Like, that's never going to happen, right? So, and I'm sure I had ways of justifying it at the time. But needless to say, that was my thought process. Anyway, so I didn't really consider it, much at all. And it was only later that it came around that I'm then thinking to myself, okay, so how do I go from being a truck driver to this? Now, the truth was I needed to give myself some credit. I wasn't a truck driver anymore. I was very accomplished in what I was doing. I had been studying for a long period of time. I had changed myself immensely. And I just needed the confidence to take this extra step in life and really make something happen. And what I didn't understand at the time was that this was an attitude change. This was an attitude change from being timid, from being scared, from needing other people's permission, to literally creating a bold attitude and stepping into my own boldness and boldly going where no man has gone before, so to speak. So I learned this while I was studying in the latter days, right before I started. I remember listening to a person who was putting on a seminar that was talking about different literature that's out there, and saying that, everything that has been done, all the great achievements in life, were done by people who took bold action in moving forward. And I wasn't sure I knew what that meant, but as I began to dive into it, it was, not only was it like I'm all in, like all my chips are in, all my money's in, all my resources are in, I'm full out into everything that I'm doing. It's also how a person shows up in that situation. You can really sit down and you could say to yourself, how am I going to show up in this situation confidently? Now, it could be a situation that you've never showed up in before, but you can ask yourself the question, how can I be bold and confident in this situation? Not arrogant, but bold and confident. And then really think about what would a bold or confident person look like in this situation, and then show up in that situation. Now, why? Because the truth of the matter is that if you know what you're doing, if you're going to help someone else understand that you know what you're doing, you need to be a person of influence. You need to be a person who is bold, who is taking action, who is confident, who is sure of themselves in the direction that you're actually going. And you need to convey this message to other people. So I remember sitting down and literally constructing out on a sheet of paper what this would actually look like when I started my business, because I had basically no resources. Not extra resources. There was no funding. There was no capital funding in my business. I had to bootstrap it, which meant that I had to make money from day one. I had to hit the ground running from day one, right? So that meant that and I've said this before, the very weekend that I was learning how to do the very first seminar that I was going to do, I was also selling that seminar, putting butts in seats in the evening when I was done training during the day. And then I come home and I have to boldly step into a 3-day seminar, and I had never taught a 3-day seminar before, right? So you've got 3 days, basically 12 hours a day, and you're going to be teaching in-depth material for 12 hours for 3 days. So how do you do that, right? If you approach it from the person that you were, you're never going to become the person that you want to become. So I was sitting one time in a room. I was helping my mentor work an event. This is before I actually started my business, and he was always trying to give me tips. He was always trying to help me see how to do things differently. And we were talking about this. There was this speaking circuit thing that we were doing, but not we were doing. He was doing. I was just assisting. And he would come into the room and then he would leave. He'd only be there 5-10 minutes and then he would leave. And then maybe on later in the day he would pop in and he'd be in there about 30 minutes. And, he'd say, "What's going on?" I would tell him what's going on. He would look around a little bit. If a couple of people approached him, he may say hi, and then he was gone. And I couldn't figure out what he was doing. There seemed to be some intention, some method to his madness. So I experienced that. And then I would experience him in various different scenarios over a period of years that I really started looking at, because one day he said to me, I asked him some question about, basically it was pertaining to becoming the person that I wanted to be. And he said, "When you come to these seminars, are you still like learning the information?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, it's great. I pay attention. I've got pages of notes." He said, "But you had pages of notes at the last 10 seminars that you were at." And I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "You know the information. Stop studying the information and start studying me." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll start studying you." Now, I'm thinking, well, why am I studying him? Oh, I'm studying him to see how he's showing up with this stuff. So it's not just paying attention to what he's doing, but asking the question, why is he doing what he was doing? And what I recognized was that he showed up to every situation in a very bold, confident way, but not arrogant. He didn't hang around long. There was almost an air of mystery around who he was, why he was there, what he was doing, how he interacted with people. And I thought to myself, this is absolutely fascinating, because the more he showed up this way, the more people would show up to him. And I remember the stories that he would tell within his seminars about how he started his business and what it was like to get his first gig and to do his first seminar and, all this stuff. And there was a thread that was running through this about how it was very bold, decisive action all the way. So it was all in at every level that he could possibly be in to be in. And it was constant persistence. So he acted like I remember telling me that his first brochures back in the 60s, He was like, they were state of the art for back in the 60s, whatever the hell that looked like. He's like, I didn't have an office. My office was my living room. He's like, but these brochures looked like I had the entire floor of a skyscraper. So it was about how the image that he was projecting for himself. And it wasn't that he wasn't successful. He was successful, but he was projecting what the corporate image saw as successful back in that day. So he was basically trying to tell me, like, listen, you've got to be all in everywhere. So you've got to look the part, be the part, act the part. Your subtle behavior needs to be the part. And over a process of watching and learning what he was doing, I realized that so much of the boldness that a person takes or does not take in the beginning of their endeavor really starts to determine the results that they get, whether they're actually getting fast results or they're not getting fast results. Now, this is very important. If a person is attempting to do something new and they're not getting results, it is the rare individual that will go a long time without getting results. I mean, we could always go back and talk about Edison with 10,000 tries, how he managed to persist 10,000 times with one invention before giving up is beyond what most people would consider even practical. Like, what? Give it up already. How long are you going to keep going with this? I mean, this is crazy. It's not going to happen. 10,000 times you've tried this and you still don't have the friggin' light bulb? Like, come on, give it up. It doesn't even make sense anyway because there's no electricity in houses. Like, there's all this rationality about it. But he was extremely bold in the idea that he was putting everything in it. He's willing to go 10,000. He's probably willing to go whatever amount of time, but 100,000, 1,000,000 tries before he gets it right, because he is determined and decided that he's going to get it right. So if I want to do something, one of the best ways that I can put myself in great favor with what's going on is to really show up in a very bold way. So let's kind of break this down a little bit. Let me tell you how I did this, and then you can see if you can relate this to what it is that you're doing. So when I first started my events, more than looking the part, because I really wasn't sure what looking the part meant. I mean, I was there, I was in a suit and tie, and, I looked professional and all that. But you can see somebody in a suit and tie and you can detect, weakness and insecurity as much as the opposite of it in a suit and tie. And it's not so much the suit and tie that does it, because you can see a person that's dressed in a sweatsuit and they can appear extremely confident. It's who's the person embodying in that suit and tie, in the action that they're doing, in the decision that they're actually making. So I thought to myself, okay, well, if I was already established at this, if I was on the same level of, say, a Bob Proctor or a Tony Robbins or a Brian Tracy or whoever, how would I show up to this phone call? How would I show up in this seminar? How would I walk in the room? How would I actually take the stage at a speaking engagement? How would I interact with people on calls? And then one that was even more important in a lot of cases was, who was I going to be when I was making sales? Like, how confident, how bold was I going to be? Because boldness shows up in, the cold call, your ability to get past the gatekeeper, to hold a person on the phone, to be able to ask for the price that you want, to influence somebody to make a good decision, the right decision, the decision that they want to make for themselves. When you're going to loan money, when you have to talk to bankers, when you have to talk to creditors, when you need to work with negotiation for hotels and travel. The people that get forward in life are the ones that take the bold actions to do so. So they're willing to go the extra step in order to get done what they want to get done. So I start to embody this right from the very beginning, and immediately it has a huge payoff. I'm making money. So I started making money right out of the gate. There's so many people that start to go down this road and they don't make money at all for a long period of time and they end up quitting. Even that idea was not good enough for me. I needed to make money right away, so I needed to have everything in this. There's a story that I've told over the years about a time when I was coming out of an event in Florida, And on my way to the airport, I find out there's a major snowstorm in Chicago. And I'm supposed to fly back to Chicago via Atlanta. And the story is that it's a major Midwest storm, and everything's going to be shut down. So I had this conversation with somebody who really challenged me on the idea that if I wanted to get home, I would get home regardless of the snowstorm. And part of it was that I had to be bold enough to ask and ask and demand what I wanted. I don't know, I'm sure that I ever told the story this way before. But the idea was this. When I got to Atlanta, sure as shit, everything was closed in the Midwest. Everything was closed in Atlanta. There was hardly any flights leaving Atlanta at all. And I thought, well, I'm going home, damn it, so I'm going to drive. And I went down to rent a car, and all the cars had been rented at that point. There were no cars available to drive back to Chicago. So I went back up to the ticket agent, and I said, excuse me, I had a flight, such and such, whatever, that was canceled to Chicago. And she's like, yeah, all the flights have been canceled. And I said, have all the flights actually been canceled? Are there any flights that are going to Chicago? And her response to me was, sir, all the flights are being canceled. And I said, well, you didn't even look at your computer. Would you look at your computer and see, are there any flights left that are actually going to Chicago today? And she tried again. And I said, ma'am, I'm asking you just to look. I understand that you're telling me everything's canceled. Would you just look? And she looked and she said, well, there's one flight at 9 o'clock tonight. And I said, great. Is there any open seats? She said, sir, I'm telling you the flight will be canceled. She said, look at that board above me. Everything on there said canceled, like all across, canceled. And I said, ma'am, are there any seats on that plane? And she said, there's one. I said, put me in the seat. She said, if I take you out of, this was a Monday, they had put me on a plane to go back on Wednesday. I needed to get back today, okay? The reason why is not important, but I needed to get back, for me, I needed to get back today. And she said, if I take you out of this seat, you may not get one on Wednesday. She said, look around the airport. She's like, the whole airport is shut. Nothing's coming in, nothing's going out. All these people are stranded. They'll probably be here for a week. I said, please put me in that seat. She huffed, she puffed. She tried to talk me out of it again. I insisted. I'm being bold. I'm asking for what I want. I'm taking action, moving forward. I get a ticket for that seat. Now, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. This flight's not till 9 o'clock in the evening. I have to hold this image in my mind for 12 frickin' hours to the detriment of everybody. I mean, you couldn't walk through Atlanta's airport back in this day without bumping into somebody who was not pissed off about the fact that they were not getting home anytime soon. So it was negative talk through the whole airport. Every bar I went in, every restaurant, every bookstore, every place I would sit down, people are talking negative. I would get up and move. I would get up and move here and there, holding the idea, boldly holding the idea of what I want. I was determined, I was not going to be denied my success. It was completely locked in emotionally. And long story short, 9 o'clock p.m. comes around. They're loading the plane. The flight attendants can't believe they're loading the plane. The ticket agents can't believe they're loading the plane. For sure, this is going to be canceled. The storm is just accelerating in Chicago. The pilots come on and say, what's going on? They're like, everybody's on the plane. They're like, it's really going to go. It's going to go. We get on the plane. He says, you're the first plane that's taken off for Chicago today. And before you know it, we're landing in Chicago. It was the only plane that got in. Never had an explanation as to why that plane was allowed to take off or land, but we got into Chicago that evening. The lessons that I learned from starting the business, through the sales that I needed to make, I could tell you story after story. I could stay here all day and tell you stories about other instances, just like the one with the Chicago snowstorm. Everything that I've learned in my life over the last 25 years has been to go after what you want boldly. That means with the confidence, the vision, the expectation, the persistence, the not willing to go back on what you say you're going to do or what you're going to have, and really as a forceful presence, not like an abusive force, but a force to be contended with. I am a very determined person, very confident. I know what I want, and I'm going to get what I want, and I insist on getting what I want. Now, again, I'm throwing some other things in here because I don't know who's listening to this, and I don't want you to think like, oh, well, he's being an arrogant ass. He's going to throw a tantrum if he doesn't get what he wants. It's not that at all, right? It's not about I'm going to throw a tantrum if I don't get what I want. It's about really understanding the difference between people's mindset and the way they show up in life that hardly ever get what they want and struggle their whole life, to moving to an assuredness of your own capabilities and how the world works and how the universe works in order to get what you want. You understand that the only way to be is bold. And again, bold is not overtly aggressive. It's not arrogant. It's not bullying. It's strong. It's confident. It's influential. It's determined, and it's patient, meaning that you are 100% locked in to what it is that you're going to create in life. And you're going to do it in a bold way and a big way, meaning that whatever you do, you're not playing small. You're not playing not to lose. You're going to play to win. So it's not about cutting corners. It's not about cutting money. It's about let's do this big and bold and see what the results are. Now, let's say you do something big and bold and you don't get good results. Are you going to associate that to big and bold? If you do, it's probably a big problem. You just probably had some misdirection somewhere in what you did. That's what you have to go back and look by. The world favors the bold person. The bold person gets what they want every single time. So the idea of showing up really big and bold in life is the key to overcoming mediocrity in your mind and actually getting a quick result with what it is that you want to do. Because you're being the person that you want to become. You're identifying who this person is. Now, I hesitate to use like the jargon, fake it till you make it, because I don't think it's fake, right? When you're becoming a better version of yourself, you have to act as the better version of yourself. The make it part is like when I don't have to think about it anymore, or when I have the result. But you can get the result for most things almost instantly. They may be a portion of the overall result, but you can get the result. But the key is that you really need to put the foot on the accelerator and show up in a big, bold way in order to get it. So the idea, think about this as I end this. What would your energy be like if you were coming from the place of, I will not be denied my success? Now, we got a lot of shit going on in the world right now, folks. A lot of shit. And there's a lot of energy going on in that shit. There's a lot of misdirection going on in that shit. There's a lot to get sucked into with that shit. You've got to maintain your boldness for the direction that you're going and what you want right now so that you don't get sucked into all of that stuff. Because the relaxed mind right now is the mind that is going to be susceptible to being sucked in by all the drama of everybody else. So make decisions big, make decisions bold, and completely follow through in a bold way to get the results that you want right now. I get a question a lot. Steph gets a question a lot around the idea, is my subconscious all bad? And it's coming from this tremendous conflict that seems to arise out of our subconscious. And I wanted to address it in a way where hopefully I can give you a little bit of a tool to both understand what's actually happening when you seem to be getting some kind of duality with what's coming out of your subconscious mind, like polar opposites around the same idea. One part of you says, let's do this. Another part of you says, I'm afraid, or I can, or I won't, or I shouldn't, or I feel guilty about it, or I have shame around it, whatever it might be. And how that's kind of created, and what do we do to begin to take back control and use our subconscious mind actually as kind of integrating it into our decision-making and our behavior so that we come out on the side of winning. And it actually becomes easier. So it's not a battle, because it is one of the battles that I see a lot with people that are working really hard at trying to achieve some kind of success in any area of their life, where their mind is getting the better of them, and either them causing them to stop or self-sabotage or go backwards or get depressed or start to move into the mind of, is this worth it? I can't do it. I mean, the first thing is this. We have to understand this right off the bat. Your subconscious mind is insidious as hell, and it's functioning perfectly with every person, even if it's stopping you. We have to understand that the subconscious mind has basically two motives. One is to keep you alive. But when I say that, I mean keep you alive in the moment, not keep you alive like 10 years from now. It doesn't have the ability to think. It doesn't have the ability to reason. It doesn't understand time. It doesn't understand life and death as we experience it with other people. It works very much kind of like on absolutes. And the second thing that it's concerned with is procreation, consistently moving the human species forward. So in that sense, it is fight or flight. In other words, is my life in danger? Fight or flight, and keep me alive long enough to procreate, to keep that gene pool moving. So let's think about this for a second. With the fight or flight part of our subconscious mind, it doesn't know for sure what is a life-threatening situation and what isn't. And this is one of the things that's fascinating about this, because even things like rejection from someone, or having an idea turned down, or you go for a business loan or funding and you get nixed. They're like, you're out. We can't give it to you. Sales call rejection from somebody you're attracted to, whatever kind of rejection. We have patterns that are in our subconscious mind that are linked up to very specific emotions based on things that we were taught and experiences that we've had that give us an automatic emotional response to that. So if a person gets rejected, based on however their experience was in life around rejection up to that point, they could have anywhere from a small experience like, it didn't feel good, but I'm okay, to I'm totally devastated by it and I can't pick up the phone again and make another sales call. And I literally spend weeks procrastinating because the feeling of that rejection is just so painful, I can't stand it. Your subconscious mind only knows that it feels painful. It can't rationalize around that idea. So that's where we have to engage our conscious mind to begin thinking about, okay, what are the logical reasons that I'm actually going to move forward with something that doesn't feel good? That what doesn't feel good is coming from programming in your subconscious mind. Okay, so let's put a marker there. The next thing to understand is that we also have what I call spiritual DNA. And our spiritual DNA is what we're born with that is in us, that needs to be uncovered, opened, worked on, loved, explored, that leads us into our life purpose. It's the reason why we're here. It's what we're supposed to do. It's where our gifts and talents lie to a very large degree. And some of that is passed down genetically. Some of it is incorporated spiritually into our life or energetically. Again, I have no bent on that, whatever you want to believe around it. But you have to understand that it's there. And the proof that it's there, like the best way for you to offer proof that it's there is that there's nothing on the planet that's living that doesn't have a purpose and have a very specific purpose. And we can look at different animals or plant life or whatever it is we're looking at, and we can say, oh, by studying this, and here's what it does, here's how it contributes, here's its behavior patterns, here's the results that it gets, here's what this thing's purpose is. But with human beings, it's a little bit more vague because we have a physical purpose, and the physical purpose is for the body to grow into the most healthy, most magnificent body that your body can be. And then it has your energetic or spiritual purpose, which is to then bring about what is it that we're going to contribute in our life, because we have an intellect, and the intellect is what allows us to differentiate between the animal and mankind. The animal has a purpose, and it fulfills that purpose. It doesn't doubt that purpose. It doesn't question that purpose. Mankind, however, has a purpose to do something with its intellect, to bring something forth that would give us great satisfaction, great fulfillment in our life, and also benefit the lives of others. It's all that we also see that in the animal kingdom. Everything that an animal does or a plant does, it does it for itself, but it also does it for some other life also. It benefits some other life. Now, having said that, the problem that we run into is that unless you had very aware parents around this idea, they didn't raise you with the idea of let's do everything that we possibly can to help little Johnny or little Mary figure out what their specific, unique life purpose is, what they're really great at, what they love, and then give them all of the values that they need to incorporate in their life and the discipline to be able to carry that out and be productive with that throughout their lifetime. Most people are raised with the idea of what are the survival skills that I need to learn that will allow me to survive, take care of myself, take care of my family, procreate, create more family, and then remain relatively safe through the rest of our life. And we spend a lot of time teaching very basic educational skill sets to people. And then we also have the skill sets that allow us to be able to go through, do, complete, be competent at daily functions as they show up in our life. And it varies. It varies from person to person, community to community, country to country, and things that affect it, right? There's things that affect it. You have race, you have religion, you have sex, we have financial income. Environment plays an enormous role in how that part of our subconscious mind is shaped. But however it's shaped, know this, it cannot do anything but express whatever it is that it was shaped into your external world unless you consciously decide to change it. And this is where the problem begins. Because when a person consciously decides to change something, one of two very interesting things is happening. They're either experiencing a desire from within to be, do, or have something better in their life, more in their life. And like we could go down a whole trail with that alone, but it is coming from, that would be coming from the spiritual DNA side of ourselves. Very often, we don't know what it is. We just know that there's something in our life that is not fitting the pattern or the image of what we either see or we feel inside of us. So we're like, okay, the way my life is happening right now, the way that I'm experiencing my life is not matching this internal feeling that I have that I should be doing something different or I should be doing something bigger in my life. Or I should be helping more people. And then we have to figure out what that is. So it's either that or what's happening is that we're experiencing dissatisfaction and usually to some degree extreme with the life that we're experiencing, and we know something's wrong with it. And the way that people communicate this to me very frequently is that they know that the people that they're around are not the right people for them to be around, but they don't know who they should be around. The work that they're doing, they know that it's not right, but they don't know what they should be doing. Maybe the way that they're treating themselves, their body, their family, they know that something about it is not right, but they don't know what they should be doing. So that is kind of comes up for us because we can identify dissatisfaction with things a lot easier in most cases than we can identify the true desires of our heart that say, yes, this is what I want. I've got a very clear picture and do that. The reason for this is the conflict. The conflict in our subconscious mind between our heart's desire and the programming that we received prior to the age of 7, and then it was manifested in our life as results, our environment, the life that you're actually living in, and those two things conflict. So when we start to say, I need to make a change, the question is, well, what are we going to change it to? What is it that you actually want? So a person goes through a process. They start exploring different things. They may be searching for information on the internet. They might start picking up books and reading, not really knowing yet what they're searching for, but it's kind of one of those situations where you know it when you see it, you can feel it when you run into it, and you know, because it's like a line of demarcation in the sand. It's like, oh, this is the thing I'm supposed to be doing. This is something I'm interested in. It's like a light turns on inside of the human being. And for a brief moment, they can see that, yes, this feeling that they have is out, there is something out there for them. They should be moving in this direction. Now, the second they start to move in that direction, it fires up like a warning signal in our subconscious mind, because our subconscious mind says, whoa, hold on. We don't know what that is. We don't know if that's safe. That could be dangerous. This comes from our reptilian side of our brain, by the way. It's like, don't go in those woods. There might be a tiger there. There might be a bear there. There might be snakes in there. For millions of years, this part of our brain has evolved, but it still operates on the basis of the unknown equals danger. That's it. The unknown equals danger. So we have to learn to use our conscious mind to override that reptilian fear that we have about the unknown. Another thing that's fascinating about this is that all of the fears that I just mentioned about the unknown, about this danger, we weren't born with that. But I think that we're primed for it in a way, meaning that basically science and psychology have proven that children, babies, are born with two fears, and they're only born with two fears: the fear of falling or being dropped, and the fear of loud noises, which is kind of like a startle response. All other fears that begin to manifest either in a child or in an adult's life are learned. So this fear of the unknown, with just about every person I've ever worked with, I mean, I can't think of anybody that where this isn't true in people that I've worked with, you can trace it back to how they were raised about the unknown and what was safe and what wasn't safe. I do think that some people are a little bit more there's a little bit more genetic ability to take risk in their lives, because we have people that are very much risk takers. There was, and I might have to ask Brandon for a little bit of assistance on this, because I'm drawing a blank on the name of the movie. T, do you remember the name of the movie with the guy that was Free Solo, the guy that wanted to climb El Capitan without ropes? Free Solo, right? So in that, I recommend everybody watch that thing. It'll raise the hair on the back of your neck to see what this guy does, free soloing. And there's an interesting statement in there, and somebody makes the statement that all free soloers die. It's just a matter of when. It's not a matter of if they fall. They're all going to make a mistake and fall at some point and die. And that's been 100% accurate. Like, there's nobody who's 98 who was a free soloer all of their life. These people generally die, in a very short matter of time within the career of what they do. So they were examining the brain of free soloers, and what they found out was that the fear. Now this goes back to the fear that we're born with, the fear of falling. This fear doesn't exist in their brain. If they hook up monitors to their brain, it does not light up when they think about falling, when they're 2,000 feet up on a sheer rock face with no ropes, nothing to save them if they make a slip of the hand or a slip of the foot. There's nothing there to save them. They're going down, right? That's it. They're dead. It's over. That this part of their brain doesn't light up. So Now, what does that mean? I don't know. I can't tell you what it means because I think we're still just doing research on this. We could say, well, is that a defect of a person's brain? Is that a genetic predisposition for them? What is it that's actually causing this? But here's what I know about people that are successful is that they have a little bit less of this idea of what scares them, and they're willing to take a little bit more risk in their life. And even saying that, I can tell you a couple of things that I do know for sure, is that I see it in different levels of intensity, which means that some individuals are a little bit more kind of preordained not to have as much of it. And then there's individuals where the thing that they want, the desire that they have, is stronger than the fear. And I think that's probably more the norm for people that become really successful. Because I've never talked to anybody that went through the journey of their life to be a success in anything that did not tell me that they did not battle fear along the way at some point, that they did not battle voices in their head at some point. All I ever hear is different degrees of it, how much of it there was, how much of it there wasn't. Some people said they never had any doubt that there was success, but there were things that they were afraid of or they felt insecure about along the way, and they had to overcome those things. In any case, the question is, well, why would somebody do that? How do we overthrow that part of our mind? And the idea is that we consciously determine that we're going to feed the part of our subconscious mind with the direction that we want to go, the reason that we're doing it, the why that we're doing it, and what is the win? What is the purpose of whatever it is that I'm doing? And allow ourselves to feel the excitement, the enthusiasm, what the end result would be like, the joy, the gratitude. Really start to train ourselves to feel those things about the direction that we're going, so that it's constantly in a stage where it's a little bit stronger and it allows us to overthrow those negative voices. Because if there's one thing about this that is like 100% true, is whatever your journey is going to be, it's not perfect. It's not a straight line. You're going to have ups and downs. You're going to have failures, because failure is how we learn, by making mistakes. There's a big difference between failure and shame around failure. There's a big difference between mistakes and shame around mistakes. There's, like, human beings do some really stupid shit on a regular basis. And how we store that in our memory, if we store it as, hell, that was a mistake. I wish I hadn't done that. However, here's what I learned from it, and I'm better because I learned this. That is a very productive way at looking at it. A non-productive way would be looking at it and then wrapping all kinds of shame around it and feeling completely guilty, and then tearing yourself apart for years or the rest of your life, and then never attempting again because shame is what took over your mind. We're not born with shame. It doesn't exist when we're born. So again, that has to be something that we learn. So we have things like fear, shame, guilt, worry, doubt, rationalizations, right and wrong, even to an enormous degree. All of that is taught to us, and it becomes a pattern in our mind that is in constant conflict with the desire of our heart to be what it is that we want, unless we change it. So understand this, there's nothing wrong with your mind. Everybody goes through this. One of the best things a person can do is to begin to go through a process to resolve the conflicts. Now, I get questions all the time about, how do I make a quantum leap? How do I do this faster? How do I get there? Legitimate questions. I understand. A person does, they may not want to be in a situation they're in. They want to jump ahead faster. I talk to that with a lot of people, because given the right mindset, the right circumstances, the right plan, anybody can make a quantum leap. But their whole life is not going to be a series of quantum leaps. So what we have to do to clear up this conflict is we have to study. There's no way around this. you have a rationalization around everything that you believe. It doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it wrong. It just means that you have some understanding about what you believe and why you believe it and what you do with it and how that's carried out in your life. If you receive no other intellectual information around the idea, it's almost like we become paralyzed to whatever the limitations of that idea is, good or bad. What is very true about this is the idea of good and bad itself doesn't really exist. There is nothing that is inherently good, and there's nothing that's inherently bad. Those are words and behaviors that we've been given to try to understand the things that we do, the things that happen to us, and the things that we experience in life. So when I say that there's no good and bad, very often when I'm having a conversation with somebody who's never heard this before, their brain kind of goes, like what? Well, what am I supposed to do with that? There's no good and bad. What directs my life? What guides me from that? The idea of examining that question about good and bad, or the idea around it, is to really understand this, that human beings give everything the meaning that we say that it has. Nothing in and of itself has any meaning whatsoever other than what we understand about it or think we understand about it, and then the meaning that we attach to it. So we have all of that running around in our mind. If we've given things that will move us forward in life, that will allow us to achieve our goals, if we've given those things negative meanings, then we're going to have a tremendous conflict as we're trying to move forward. So if we pull the camera lens back and we do what I call a God's eye view of life itself, what we're looking at is all of these different things in life that we've given meaning to. Well, how do we rearrange our value system and our ethics so that it works, and yet that we do this in a way where we're doing no harm to ourselves, we're doing no harm to others? It's basically to understand this principle, that all of life works under the intention of more life. That we know. Life is always seeking to move forward in and of itself. So that's true in nature, that's true in human beings. What that can't do is choose in and of itself how it's going to express that. What it does is it is an energy, it is an intention that flows to and through people. It flows to and through nature. It's always moving things toward more life. But it's like water. It becomes the vessel that it flows through. So water takes the shape of whatever vessel it contains it. This life energy that flows through human beings is flowing through a couple of different things. It's flowing through our genetic DNA, which the DNA is the code that tells it what to become. So you have energy that it flows through your DNA, and it says that energy becomes a fingernail. And this energy, when it flows through this part of the DNA, said that becomes a hair follicle. This becomes an arm, and that becomes an eyeball. We also have the DNA, if you will, the spiritual DNA, which is the purpose or the intention for what we're here. And as it flows through that, then it wants to become that, but it's running up against the conflict of our subconscious mind with all the other beliefs and patterns in our life. So as we understand more about life itself and what our purpose is, we can go in and change that pattern in which the energy is flowing through and allow it to manifest itself much different than the life that we're experiencing. So if you're looking at your life and you're going, oh, this sucks, I don't want to live this way, whatever that is for you, then it's about understanding, what do I change those beliefs and patterns to, that the same energy that's flowing through that is flowing through anybody else who is successful. And then if you adopt those patterns and those behaviors, you too will have the success that you want. There's nothing that I thought this idea was very liberating when I first heard it. many years ago. There's nothing that anybody else has done in the world that you too cannot do if you really want to. And I think what's important to know about that is that I say that as a very broad general statement, but there is some specificity to it when you think about this. You're not going to want to do everything. There are a lot of things that people have done that you have no desire to do at all. Like I tell people all the time, I'm very clear on what my purpose is. My mind doesn't wake up one morning and go, I wonder if maybe we change direction and you become a brain surgeon. Like I never think of that. And there's a billion things I probably never think of because that's not my spiritual DNA. That is not the purpose that I'm here for. But what my mind does do, and what I've also prepared it to do, is to constantly be on the lookout of how do I keep changing and how do I assist other people in changing and mapping their life out and making it the way that they want to be. And with this total understanding that even I myself have this value conflict in my mind that needs to be worked on every day, every day. But instead of reacting to it, I think the best advice that I can give is instead of reacting to it, the idea is to investigate it. Don't just shut it down because you feel scared or you feel rejected or you feel worried or you're like, oh, this is a big chance, this is a big risk. Understand the process that's actually taking place in your mind that is trying to stop you, and then do something to create new patterns that will allow you to do it easily and effortlessly. Now, I'm gonna like double down on this comment because it's very important. It's one of the things that I see people miss all the time when somebody talks about this. The ease and the effortless part of it comes when you've integrated the new ideas into your behavior and the way that you think, so that you don't have to consciously make yourself think about something positive or something different. It becomes the way that you think. And that was when if you've listened to earlier podcasts, I've talked many times about once I started to wake up to my own potential, I went through a process of 7 years of intense study. And I've never stopped, but the initial 7 years was what it took for me to reverse all of the thinking that had been programmed in my mind and to do the educational work where I would learn what all of these different things were and what they meant, and then examine my life and reassign new meanings to things that were important to me, where previously I had negative meanings behind it or dysfunctional meanings, and they would hold me back. So that part is a process that nobody gets around, okay? And everybody's different. So you may think to yourself, well, does everybody have to go through this? No. The answer to that is no. If you were raised in a conscious family and you were exposed to the idea that I'm talking to you about today, where you take things in life that have value conflicts around it, and sometimes it's great things about us and about life, and somebody throughout history has made those things wrong. So really quick ones that everybody will recognize is money. Like there's such a duality around money in our world. It's unbelievable. And one minute it's good, the next minute it's bad. If you have too much of it, it'll make you a bad person. Like all kinds of crazy shit we believe around money. Sex is another big one. Sex is an urge. It is the greatest energy in our body. It is a creative energy, both physically, intellectually, and spiritually. And when it's not bottled up and it's understood, and you really understand your own sexual values, what that allows you to do is it allows you to harness that energy and to create in a magnificent way. And it also allows you to enjoy your sex life in an amazing way. But there's a lot of people that don't, because they have a lot of negative views around sex in their mind. And if you have those views in your mind that are negative around sex, it affects your body when you're trying to have sex. So that's where we end up with different kinds of sexual dysfunction. It's the same thing with money. People say to me all the time, show me how to be a millionaire. And it's like, okay, that's great. We can show you how to be a millionaire, but if you don't resolve the conflicts that you have around money and everything that goes along with that, your body is not going to do the work. Your mind is not going to think the thoughts in order to be able to create the opportunities for that new environment. And I see it all the time. I'll do a seminar and I will offer a program or another seminar or something that will allow a person to actually make these changes. And then when they hear the price tag of it, they're like, "Oh no, I don't want to do that." And you can see it in their face. It's like, do they really want what they say that they want? Because it's a lot of work to make these changes. It's a lot of learning, it's a lot of studying, and it's a lot of applying it in your life so that you can become proficient at it. It is the best investment you could ever make in your life, is to find somebody to help you make these changes. And here's why. Because it gives you complete freedom. As long as you're thinking thoughts that other people have given you for multiple generations, and you're stuck in your own life, and you're not earning the amount of money that you want to earn whenever it is that you want to earn it, you're not able to express yourself in the ways that you think about in your secret thoughts, whether it's verbally or physically or sexually or in the expression of your own unique genius, then you're living in a prison, and it's in your own mind. So what is it that you think is going to change that? There's nothing that it's not going to just happen. It's not like taking a pill or reading a book and it's all changed. You're talking about changing generations of patterns in the way that you think and in your behaviors. So this is where all this conflict lies in a person's mind. And the idea is that we remove the conflict. And when we remove the conflict, we remove the confusion. And when we remove the confusion and we create new patterns, you start to think new thoughts that are productive, that will allow you to bring in whatever level of success that you want. That's not an if. That's not a maybe. That's an absolute. It is an absolute, because here's what I know about you. Even if I don't know you personally, I know you have a purpose, period. You have an amazing purpose, and you have a right to be happy. You have a right to be fulfilled. You have a right to express yourself. You have a right to earn as much money as you desire to live the life that you want to live for yourself and for others. You deserve love. You deserve to share that love. There's no end to the amazing things that you deserve. And is it selfish? You're damn right it's selfish. But you're supposed to be selfish. Not self-centered, but selfish. And even there's an argument for self-centered when you look at it from, I need to have my own self-center in the right place so that I can be a benefit to anybody else in my life. Most people don't focus on themselves enough, and they're not bringing all of themselves or the best of themselves to the table when they're interacting with anybody, whether it's their spouse or their lover or their children or their employer or their employees, or how they show up in the world in a charitable or philanthropic way, because they're in so much need. They don't have enough money, they don't have enough love, they're not getting enough attention, they're not getting their needs met. Why? Because they're not being selfish enough to straighten out their own thinking so that they can show up 100%. And this is one of the places where, like, here's where a huge block would come in. This would be like a huge value conflict. We're taught that it's not okay to be selfish. So when we start to think about doing something, we're not even thinking, like, it's not a conscious thought at the moment. I don't know if I want to do that because it would be selfish. It's an underlying program that just makes you feel bad. So, but selfishness would actually be the problem. You think you're being selfish by spending this money or doing this thing or exploring the dream that you have in life. And then we just stop. We just stop. We don't even know. We haven't uncovered what the belief is that caused it. And there's a ton of beliefs in there that could cause it. Selfishness is just one of them. But it's not like your mind kicks up the belief and goes, bing, 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 you're being a selfish ass by doing this, right? No, it's probably not doing that. It's just making you feel bad
but you don't understand what the bad feeling is because you have felt it so many times. You only need a twinge of that bad feeling, and then it pulls you away from what you want to do. So again, there's the conflict. So just to kind of bring this in for a landing so that it makes sense to everybody, the idea is that we learn to follow our heart's desire over everything. That takes time. It takes study. It takes wanting to do that. It takes you wanting to have something different in your life. Then you need to go in and work through the conflicts. You need to reassign meaning, intention, purpose, your why to all of the different areas of your life so that you can take back control of your own thinking and live the life that you want.
Hey everyone, David Nagel. Welcome to the Successful Mind Podcast. Today we have a question from a longtime listener and fan. How do I know when I set a goal, when it's time to give up on the goal, or when do I keep pushing? Sometimes I don't get the results that I'm looking for. Is that the time to give up? I don't know how to answer this question. I think this is a great question. So I'm gonna go through a few things here on goals, but in a nutshell, if the goal is something that you really want, the idea is that you don't give up on it. If you're not getting the results, the idea is that you look at what you're doing and you say, what is it that I'm doing that's not working? How do I get the results? And then I go look for the information or the way to actually get those results. My biggest concern with this question, though, is not that. Because I think if a person really wants that goal more than anything, they're going to know that to some degree. It's going to be intuitive in some way. They're going to figure it out. My main concern, though, is how many people set goals that they don't really want. And in my experience, it's a lot of people that actually do this. And not only set goals that they don't want, but setting goals that they think that they need to set. For whatever reason, whether it's beliefs or fears or safety, it's not the thing that they really want in life. They're just setting goals because that's what they think that they have to do, and it's not something they really want. So let me kind of run through this a little bit. When we're setting goals, we should have two things right at the top when we think about a goal. First of all, here's what's important to know about this. A goal should be something that you've never done before. And not only something that you've never done before, but from a creative process, the creative process with and through human beings always goes from the top down. It goes from the higher to the lower, meaning that when we build an image of a goal that we want in our mind, when we get that image crystal clear, we have to understand we have that on the first level of creation. The first level of creation, insofar as human beings is concerned, is to clearly define the goal that we want to accomplish. When we do that, we're basically taking the knowledge in the universe of the goal that we want. We're formulating an image which brings clarity to it. We're organizing the information. When we organize the information, we have a clear image in our mind. When we have that, we've taken all this information from the know thing, from the universe, and we've built an image in our mind. I have an iPhone here. At one time, the iPhone was an idea, okay? It was an idea in Steve Jobs' mind. Nobody had seen the iPhone except for Steve. So he had to form a clear image of what this looked like in his mind, and then he had to think about how is this going to be created. But the information to create the iPhone, where was it? It was in the universe. Every single thing that we have invented or created with human hands was nothing more than information that existed in the universe. And with our brain, with our marvelous intellect, we have the ability to fantasize. We have this great imagination where we can take this information and we can build an image that nobody has ever seen before. Every single thing, folks, every single thing, every material thing that human beings have made was first an image that nobody ever saw before in the mind of the person that was going to create it. It's the first level of creation. So it's very dangerous for us to fall into the ignorance of saying, well, it's just a fantasy, right? Because a fantasy is the first stage of creation. If you have it in your mind, you could hold it in your hand. But if you don't have it in your mind, you can't hold it in your hand. The universe only responds to clarity. However, over the years, many people have said the image that you have in your mind, that's just fantasy. It's not real. Not only is it 100% real, one of the reasons why we say that to people is because there's been many people, and we all have known people like this, that have a fantasy for something, but they don't do anything with it. So they never take it to the second and third stages of creation and then bring it down into the material world where they actually say, hey, this is a fact, this is a goal, this is something that I've done. If you, even with something like a marathon, when it's like a physical achievement or something like that, the image of you crossing the line, the image of you running that marathon, it's in your mind. But you have to physically go out there and train yourself to be able to do that and then actually follow through. And then you have the manifestation of the image that you had in your mind. Everything operates according to this image. So when we're setting a goal, we should be thinking to ourselves, number one, what do I really want? Like, we have to think about it from the aspect of what do I really want? And then we have to fantasize. We have to use our imagination to build this image in our mind of what it is that we desire. However, most people approach it from a different way, and I think this is where it gets a person into trouble. Instead of saying, what do I really want? What they're actually doing is they're saying, what do I think I can accomplish? And what I think I can accomplish is very much based on past history. Now, the purpose of a goal is to give our life direction. It's to tell us what direction to be able to move in. And the goal should be part of an overall vision for a person's life. Now, does it have to be part of an overall vision? No, it doesn't. We could just pick a random goal and we could go out and accomplish that goal, and it really has no part in our purpose or our vision as far as it's concerned. Is with the intention of it, okay? However, the idea is basically, though, that we're creating our life with intention. What is the intention that we are going out there to do something, to create something, to be, do, or have something, to live our life on purpose? I think that's really the idea, so that when we're coming from, when we're thinking about what do I really want as far as a goal goes, it should be something that causes us to grow, because as we grow, it's in the growth that we accomplish the goal. Most people can't go out and run a marathon without doing any kind of training. So what do? We train. We diet, we stretch ourselves, we continue to do that until we think we're ready to go out and run the marathon, and then we go out and run the marathon and find out if we trained enough. If we didn't, we go back and keep training until we get ourselves to the place where we're actually going to complete the marathon, the image that's in our mind. If we're going to climb a mountain, it's the same way. If we're going to race a car, if we're going to race in a pool, we're going to swim. If we're going to invent something, if we're going to have a financial accomplishment, it all starts with the image in our mind first. And that image, because life is about growth, should be something that we have not done before. Because if we've done it before, it doesn't really require any growth. But because most people are not coming from the idea of living their life on purpose, creating the life that they really want, many people don't even know that they can create the life that they want. You want to talk about something that's sad in the world. That's something that's really sad. But most people don't come from that place. So when they think about a goal, what they're doing is they're thinking about, okay, here's something that I'd like to do, but I also need to be safe while I do it. I can't take too many risks. I don't want there to be a setback. I don't want to be disappointed. So instead of going out and picking the thing that they really, really want, they're picking something that they think they can accomplish. Now, when we pick something we think we can accomplish, we're looking at a couple of things. We're looking at what we know, and what we know is based on the facts that are in our life. So when I look at what I know, in order for me to look at what I know, I immediately have to go into my past in order to look at what I know. So if I'm picking this goal and it is made up out of what I know, and what I know is made up out of those facts, I am delving into my past in order to create the goal. If I had a goal to take a car trip from one end of the country to another, and then the next year I had a goal to take a car trip from one end of the country to another, it really wouldn't be a goal per se, because I already know how to accomplish that. There's no real growth that is required to do that. Now, there may be discipline, but just because there's discipline with something does not necessarily mean that there's growth. If we want our life to continue to grow, to continue to move forward, to be fun, to be exciting, to give us the things that we really want, we need to put goals that cause us to grow, and the goal itself actually gives us direction. So if I'm looking at my goal, I need to ask myself a very important question. And I would suggest all of you do this with the goals that are in your life right now. Are you picking goals that you really, really want, or are you picking goals based on what you think you can accomplish? And I would just sit with that idea until you actually know the difference. When we're picking a goal that we really, really want, there's something important to understand about the goal. I'm trading my life for that goal. I'm trading my life for it. Everything that we're doing that takes up our time, our energy in life, we're trading the livingness, the day-to-day life for that thing. Right now, I'm doing this podcast. And while I'm sitting down recording this podcast, I'm trading my life for this podcast. I don't ever get this time back, right? When I'm doing other things, when it comes to running my company, I'm trading my life for that. When I'm working with other people to try to help them, I'm trading my life for that. I have a goal to continue to grow my company, to make it bigger and be able to reach out and continuously help more people around the world. To me, that is a goal worth trading that time that I'm using on building that, trading my life for that goal, for that accomplishment, for that achievement. We all have to ask ourselves this question. And I think that when we ask ourselves these questions, it really gives us a different context when it comes to the goal. Because it's like, is it worthy of you, right? Is it worthy of you? Most people say, am I worthy of this goal? Am I worthy of this achievement? We need to ask a different question. Is the goal, is the achievement, is that thing worthy of us? I mean, we're the magnificent piece in there. And if the goal's magnificent, it's only magnificent because we're making it magnificent, because we're creating it, because we're giving it intention, because we're putting the energy, the creativity, the ability for it to work and do what it was designed to do. We're putting that time and that energy and that life force into that thing. Now, when we're doing that, when there's that kind of energy going into the goal that we want to create for ourselves, that goal has meaning to us. I mean, anything that I'm going to trade my life for should have real meaning to me. Now, another thing that's true, but it's also sad, is that so many people are trading their life for things that don't have a lot of meaning to them, right? It's not what they really want. It's not the thing that makes them happy. It's not the thing that gives their life the excitement, the curiosity, the fun, the enthusiasm, the ability to help others, the ability to help themselves, real solid accomplishments other than being safe and certain every day. So when a person sets a goal from that place and they don't achieve it, a lot of the energy that they're even putting into the goal is like almost like a half energy. It's like a half-ass energy. They're not putting their life energy into something. So if they do that for a while, they're probably having to make themselves do it every day, not from a place of really wanting to, but it's like, okay, well, I set this goal, I need to follow through on it. And they're not putting 100% energy into it. So when they don't get the result, the question is, well, how long should I keep doing this before I quit? Because they really don't want it to begin with. They're picking the goal they're picking the goal out of something that they think they need to do, something that maybe somebody else thinks that they need to do, but it's not really coming from a place that's all that exciting to them. So if you're setting goals from that place, I would ask you to ask yourself why. Like, why are you setting goals from a place of either you know how to do them, you've done it before, it resembles what you've done before, you don't find it exciting, you're not putting all of your effort and your heart and your enthusiastic energy into it. Why are you setting goals from that place? Okay, now, let's say that we're moving up. We're going to set a goal that we really, really want. Is there a time where we let the goal go? I think that there's the answer to that is probably a yes, but maybe not for the reasons that most people would think. First of all, when we set a goal, we usually have a time frame for its accomplishment. And very rarely, actually, do we pick the exact correct time frame the first time out. We're usually wrong. Sometimes it's great we're wrong because it's actually shorter than we thought. We accomplish the goal faster, but sometimes we don't actually accomplish it within the time frame. Let's say you set a 90-day goal and you're getting really close to those 90 days and you're just not even close to achieving that goal. What do you do with the goal then? Well, what you do with the goal is you extend the time on the goal. So the goal's not wrong, but the time frame in which you picked was wrong. And if you've never done something before, and you're taking an arbitrary time and you're putting it on there, you're not going to know what that time frame is. Even let's say you're doing something like a marathon, right? You're going to run a marathon. You don't know what time you're going to finish that marathon in. There's so many variables that take place in the running of a marathon. You're not going to know. You can shoot for a time. You can actually even set time as a goal for the marathon, right? But until you've done it, you're not going to know what the time is in which you complete that, which is the same thing for most things. So we never change the goal, we change the time frame. Now that means that, is this a goal you really want? You know it's a goal that you really want. You've built a clear image of it. You're willing to trade your time for it. There's a personal big win in this goal for you. And you get there and you find out it's not enough time, you change the time, but you don't change the goal. So when do we change the goal? When does the goal change? Well, I think that if there's things about the goal, like I had a friend of mine tell me that he had a dream of being an astronaut. And I said, well, then why don't you go be an astronaut? Now, I don't know anything about being an astronaut, so I came from the place of I don't know anything. Why don't you? Do you want to be an astronaut? Go be an astronaut. This person's a fighter pilot. They're in the Air Force. They're very, very good at what they do. They have a lot of experience. But there's two things that are against this person. Number one, they put qualifications in that he can no longer meet because he didn't do something that he needed to do when he was younger, and this is a new qualification. The other thing is that age is against him at this point. They're probably not going to take him because of his age, that being a new astronaut. So the question is that can he do it privately for somebody else? When he looked into it, the answer was probably no. That most likely is not going to happen because he didn't have the experience that a private company would want him to have. So in this case, he may want to let that go. Now, he might want to let that go because there's things about the goal that he cannot change that prohibit him from accomplishing that goal. Can he be satisfied doing something else that's similar or involved with being an astronaut? Yeah, probably, but actually being an astronaut himself, that's out of the question. Sometimes time runs out for us. We're too old, or we don't have the health, or we don't have the youth that we needed to do certain things. If that's the case, then maybe we have to let that goal go for ourselves. But I think, all things being equal, the only time we would actually let a goal go that we really wanted, really meant something to us, is if there was some external property to this goal that is going to prohibit us from accomplishing it that we cannot change. And having said that, I also think that we need to take into consideration how many times people have set goals where the world says it's impossible and they did it anyway. So you have to know the difference between what is a real obstacle, What is a real obstacle, and what is an imaginary obstacle in the minds of most people? For thousands of years, we did not think somebody, the human being, the human body, could run a 4-minute mile. We thought that was preposterous. There was absolutely no way it was going to happen. People tried for thousands of years. They couldn't break the 4-minute mile. And then it happened. We broke the 4-minute mile. We thought that we would never be able to get an airplane in the air. And then the Wright brothers proved us wrong. They got that plane in the air. So many things, we thought we would never get to Mount Everest, the top of Mount Everest. Edmund Hillary, he did it. And he tried twice before there's a great example of changing the time frame on the goal. He tried twice, didn't make it. Third time was a charm. Him and Tenzing Norgay made it to the top of that mountain. So we have to know whether it's an obstacle that is immovable. We can't move it. There's no way we can hit the goal because of this obstacle. Or is it just an obstacle in the minds of people? More often than not, it's an obstacle in the minds of people that we're running up against. Another consideration when it would be, do I give up on a goal? Do I change it? Is if the goal is now costing you more than you're willing to spend for the accomplishment of the goal. And I'm not just talking about financially, although financially can be thrown into the mix here, though. Is it costing you more of your time than you're willing to spend? Is it costing you more family time than you're willing to spend? Is it costing you more of your health than you're willing to spend? A lot of people have physical goals or athletic goals that they want to achieve, but the price to their health is starting to become more than they actually want to spend on the accomplishment of the goal. The goal might be great, but it is going to tax their health, and it may be irreparable on what it is. They might be blowing their knees out or blowing their back out. And they have to really weigh in their mind, is this worth this to me to be able to do this given the price that I'm going to pay for my health? Is it worth a knee replacement? Is it worth an ankle replacement? Is it worth problems to my back that can't be fixed? I mean, we get the idea, right? It can take a physical toll. It can take a family toll. Some things will take an emotional toll. The point is that whatever goal that we're going after, there's a price for it. We have to be willing to pay the price. And the only other time in my mind would be if the price is costing more than the benefit of the goal to begin with. But then again, that's a personal decision. But here's what I'll tell you that it's not. There's no this like cut absolute. I've tried 5 times, I haven't reached the goal, I'm just going to give up on it. If you're setting the goal from the right place, where it means the world to you, it's something that you really, really want, never, ever give up on your goal. As long as there is not something that can get in your way, that prevents you from doing it, never get up on your goal. Because if there's one thing that human beings have proved throughout time, is that we're resilient as fuck. I mean, the things that we're able to do and push through and accomplish are outstanding. And every time that we break those barriers down in our own mind, we open the possibilities up for everybody else. It becomes an inspiration to everybody else. Never let somebody get in your way and tell you that you can't do something. If you want to do it, damn it, do it. So here's what I want to wrap this up with. I think that the biggest problem that this question comes from is people setting the wrong goals, not the right goals. I think this question more often than not comes from a person setting the wrong goal, meaning that they're not picking a goal that they really, really want. They're picking a goal that they think they have to accomplish for whatever reason. Like, we could probably do a podcast on all the different reasons why a person would pick the wrong goal, but I think you get the idea, A lot of it is that person thinks they have to, or they're being pressured for somebody else, or they think that that's what they have to do to be safe or whatever in the world, but it's not something that they really want. And your life is so precious and so finite that it really, like, if we really take our life serious, ask yourself, is this worthy of me? The goal that I'm picking, is it worthy of me? And damn it, if it's not worthy of you, then scrap it and really think about a goal that is worthy of you. Build a clear vision of that goal, set a time frame, Put everything into the goal that is required for the accomplishment of the goal, and really be a goal achiever. Realize that goals give your life direction, and the accomplishment of the goal paints the picture of your life.